4 seconds ago. See who's online. It is 1 a.m. Looking for a conversation. Excuse me. Hello, Taylor. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Waiting for some of you folks to come over. Where do you hail from? I'm in California. Can you hear me? I'm near Fresno. Hey, Kathy Durbin. Glad to see you here. Taylor, I'm in Fresno. You're about 2.5 to 3 hours away. Oakland. Great. You're close. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kathy. How you been? Can you hear the music in the background? Is that too loud? I'm doing well, thank you. Can't sleep right now. I took a nap earlier this evening and kind of just organizing my coins, and I got a I got a Henry Harrison from my grandson, who gave it to me because he said, "Look, Grandpa, I found me a gold coin." He's only 6, so I put it on a little 2x2, And I put the priceless on it. It's a $1 coin, and I put down that he saved it for me, and that's the third one he's given me. He's gotten interested in coins now too. Taylor, are you a coin collector too, or into collectibles, or digging, metal detecting, anything like that? Gold prospecting. Yeah, I've always been interested in doing that. Pan, or you do a slew, or do you do like metal detecting for the gold, or silver stacking? I'm trying to start a silver stack. Oh, the fun stuff. That's good. Kathy, what is your endeavor, the hobby? Gold prospecting, silver coins, stacking silver, collecting pennies, dimes, nickels, quarters, half dollars, dollar bills. Well, old coins are good. My oldest coins, trying to remember. Let's see, I have a 1921 Morgan. That's the oldest in the dollars. In the pennies, I think I have one 1907 Indian head. Other than that, mostly coins after 1920s or huh. I had a phone I thought didn't work, and now it's working. Andrew, welcome, my friend. Hey, Coin Caption, how you doing? Let's see what we can do here. Da, da, da. Good morning, everyone. Oh, good morning, Joysters, Cards and Coins. Taylor, anytime. Have I added you to my subscriber? If you haven't, I'm gonna subscribe you right now. Okay. You did. Your 1920 silver Morgan dollar, huh? Did you get it already? Actually, I just signed on because I couldn't find Cajun Coin Hunter and Rich Kelly. I guess were on earlier, and I thought I'd start my own stream since hardly nobody was on that I knew, and then you guys show up. It's great. I got 6 people watching, and anybody want to join? It's in the mail. Awesome. Joysters, coins and cards and coins. Where are you from? Statewide, that is. You couldn't sleep either, huh? Yeah, Mercury dime is your favorite, huh? Mine's silver. Anything silver. I've learned some things about Mexican coins and Canadian coins and American silver. I even got some people that I've talked to back in Australia and New England. I got one in Poland. And I think I got a Russian friend, but I'm not sure yet. Wow, another San Francisco person. Taylor, if you're still here, Taylor Sizers is also is an Oakland person, Bay Area boy or person. Because I can't tell. Let's see. Maybe a guy. Let me see. I am subscribed to him. Awesome. Let's see. Let me check on Kathy. I think I'm subscribed to her. Yes, I am. And let's see. Joysters, let me see if I'm subscribed to you. Yes, I am. Oh, you're the baseball guy. Baseball cards. I've got a few to show you. Yeah, I've got some. Anybody want to join? Andrew, you want to join the panel? What you up to, Coin Captain? I know I'm subscribed to you. I remember you last time. Yep, sure am. How's the weather in San Francisco? It's cool down here in Fresno. So if it's cool here, it's got to be colder up there in the Frisco area. Well, the price of silver dropped today. It's at 1754, I think. I know it's wrong. So cards are easier to buy. Awesome. Guess what, Kathy? I donated a hey, young coin hunter. Kathy, I donated a 1921 Morgan Silver to the 25 channel giveaway. I was one of the 25 channels. Uh-oh, I got a raid going on. Hey, Midnight Silver Run, how you doing? The Marvelous Digging, how you been? Nice to see you again. Anybody got? Well, Kathy just said she won a 1921 Morgan, and I think it was the one I donated. We got 13 people in here. Awesome. Oh, Andrew, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. My apologies, Andrew.
No worries.
How you been?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, same here. I'm body aching right now. I took a 3 mile walk because my car broke down and couldn't get a hold of anybody, so I walked home. So I walked 3 miles.
Fun.
Yeah, well, it was okay until I got home. 'Cause it was kind of hot yesterday, so I got into the heat a little bit. Hey, Gregory Lee, AVG, nice to see you. Coin fanatic, hello. Hey, Silver and Coin, Billy O Kid. Oh, Billy O Kid, I haven't seen you before. Let me check you out.
Hey, ZBG, Gregory Lee. How's it
Yeah,
going, everybody?
Dug up dandies. I don't think I met CBC Ray. All right. I gotta get over that 666, or at least it's 7. Dandies. Describer Gypsy, aka Oliver. Big up dandies. So what do you got there, Andrew? You got a
The Alaska dye chip and the bear claw.
Oh, I see it right there on the very first one on the bottom.
Yep.
Nice. Hey, guess what I found going through my penny roll hunting? I got an RPM 58D.
Nice.
Yeah. If, something, if it wasn't for Midnight Silver Run and a few other people in the channel, I was in Rich Callie's stream and they picked it out. And it was like a second on there, and they picked it up real quick. So I'm learning what to look now for, and then I got a wood grain penny, and it's a 1980 wood grain.
Nice.
Well,
yeah, you'll find a lot of woodies in the 80s.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
But you know something? Going through my pennies, I went through these rolls. It was $20, and a customer dropped them off, and I found 10 Wheaties from the 50s and a bunch of 74s and 60s that are like brand new.
Nice.
I wouldn't say
possibly a collection dump, or somebody going through BU rolls. You still there? Hector, I can't hear you. Uh-oh.
There we are.
Oh, there you are again.
There we go. Yeah, I'm alive. I just had a little while ago where I didn't get anything moving. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, your audio keeps cutting out.
Yeah, I was wondering why, because I've got a brand new service. Let's see. How about now?
Well, it sounded good. You sounded fine, and then all of a sudden you would just completely cut out and we couldn't hear you at all.
Wow. It better not be, because this is my new service. I canceled my other one because I was getting like, if I remember correctly, 1.5 megabytes download, and upload was only like 0.9. So, and they wouldn't come out and fix it. And when they did fix it, I had 5 technicians out here trying to get it fixed.
That's nice.
Hey, coin hunting couple, thank you for coming in.
Hey, coin hunting couple.
Oh, you see, you got a W. I can't find a W. I had 2 boxes already, and I can't find a W yet. A bunch of
I might have had a couple. Actually, this one I just pulled out of a circulated roll the other day.
A circulated roll? Really?
Yeah.
What condition's in? Pretty good?
Nah.
Nah.
I wouldn't send it in for grading. I mean, it's in decent condition. It's AU for sure. Near BU, I wouldn't send it in for grading at all. No way.
Liberty Seeker. Have you ever heard of him before, or
her? I don't know. I think so, but okay. I don't know. I'm not a reliable on memory.
Oh, I try to remember, because when you're a teacher, you got to remember kids' names. It's the only way you can really catch them and behave when you tell them, "Hey, Johnny, stop that," or "Billy, stop that," or "Teresa, stop." If you don't have that name, boy. Oh,
yeah, Liberty, I wouldn't be good at that.
Yeah, just about.
You in the red shirt.
Yeah, and 4 of them were in red shirts.
You, the loud little son of a gun.
I almost said that one time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I mean, I can teach, kind of, but I would not be a good teacher. It would not go over well.
Well, I came from business, so I had the salty language sometimes, and you'd be surprised how much I've curbed my language since I became a teacher.
Oh, I bet.
Liberty Seeker says, I'm always yelling. I'm sorry. I'm always howling for teachers. Hey, TLT.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly easy on my teachers either.
I was a quiet one.
I wasn't easy on the school administration. Period.
I have a demeanor that even administrators can't even keep up with because they're kind of wary of me too. I kind of tend to tell the truth. You don't do your job? How we get these kids to behave in my class when I get them back and all I said was they didn't do nothing.
Hey Tim, how's it going?
Hey, Coin Fanatic, nice to see you here.
Yeah, I'm actually. I mean, it makes me sad because I sent my kid off, my youngest son, to live with my sister till things are straight. But it's kind of neat because he gets to go to where I grew up, very, very small town, Wyoming, where I mean, you can't twitch without everybody knowing it. And
hey, that's
teaching,
the best kind.
that's the thing, and the education level there has always been extremely top notch, blue ribbon award winning level. So I'm pretty happy that he gets to at least experience that. Now, I don't want him to stay there for very long because that is a hell of a place to grow up. The only thing to do there as a child is once you hit a teenage years is
Right.
drink, drugs, and sex, or put your nose in a book and try to be a good kid, and that's very rare up there.
Well, being a teacher myself, a native gypsy, Barbara Oliver, I would say nowadays it's good to expose them, but have a real strong, firm grip on the kid. Um, in the ways of like, see, my kids grew up with my mom and dad and my mother-in-law and father-in-law, and my dad was 93 and my mom's 88. So when they were growing up in the very early years, the first 5 years of their life, my parents needed extra money, so they babysit for us, and we paid them. They didn't want much, but we paid them a little bit better than we thought they were accepting, and we did. And my kids, speak 3 languages. Oh, actually two. I should say 2 languages. And their schoolwork was always done. They did chores on their ranch. They grew up with cattle. They grew up with dogs and horses. So I thought it was a good upbringing. And my dad was born in the Depression, so they had some good
Level of respect for
yeah. And even now, my kids, I can't believe how good my kids are. My grandson, and he's gonna be 7 tomorrow, and I'm just glad that he grew up with my mom and dad in the first 5 years because it really helped out a lot.
I bet.
But I teach in the inner city, and I tell you, I got some kids that are really rough, but they don't mess with me. They do, but I give it to them back so that it's fun, it's funny, but I tell them how important schooling is.
See, the problem is that is starting at a very, very early age, that disruption, because Kenny right now up in Washington, while she's up there, she's a substitute at a preschool slash early elementary. And she primarily deals with the preschool and young ones. And these kids, they are absolutely, most of them, completely unruly and completely uncontrolled by the parents. And they're not even allowed to say anything about it. they can't say anything about the children's behavior because the parents might complain.
Yeah, Liberty Seeker says I have a grandson. Yep, I have a grandson. He'll be 7 on September 30th. I have a granddaughter. She'll be 4 months on the 25th of October, or 5 months in October. No, October 25th. I have a 35-year-old daughter and a 30-year-old son. You thought I was in my 20s and 30s? Wow, thank you. But I guess working as a teacher keeps your voice working all the time really well. Yeah, you're right, EVG. Kids do need to know how to work. My motivation is one of the biggest things I try to keep the kids into. I'm a coach also, and trying to keep the kids motivated to perform at a higher level is tough. Unless they love the job, it's the only way.
My oldest daughter just announced today that her and her husband are expecting their third child. Pretty
Congratulations.
Thank you. I think that's number 7 grandchildren.
I only have 2. Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, it's getting up there.
Yeah.
I only really get to see 2 of them, and it hasn't been a whole lot the last couple months since I've been without vehicle, but there's only 2 of them that live here, which is a bummer, but I get pictures and stuff, all the rest of them.
That's good. My daughter is only 15 minutes away in the next town, and my wife on a drop of a hat will say, "Hey, let's go see him," and we go. When I was out of work way back in 2015, I had my grandson at least. Well, I had him every day until they picked him up on Saturday night, or I'm sorry, Friday night or Saturday morning, and for some reason, childcare is so expensive in California.
Oh yeah.
So it's about $800 to $1,000 a month, and that's with help because she was a single mom.
Ow.
Yeah. But
yeah, when Kenny was here, we had the grandbabies all the time. But we went up to Washington, that kind of fell off.
Really? Yeah. I mean, nowadays, when I was 18, I was making more money than my dad, and my dad put us all 5 through college, all 5 of us through private school. He bought a house, bought a ranch, 5 acres, and built another house on top of it, paid his first house off, and he retired with selling the other house, all on $8 an hour. Hey, Sheldon, how you doing, bro?
Hey, Sheldon.
Yeah, and nowadays you can't do it without 2 family, working. I have a cousin who lives in the Bay Area. She's paying $4,200 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment in the Bay Area.
Ouch.
I know. That's a lot.
Yeah, I can't with not making any money. Currently, it's a little hard making the bills, but once I actually get my disability, it's not going to be a whole lot, but it'll still at least cover 90% of the bills here.
I was growing up with my parents, and a lot of times it was just living paycheck for paycheck for at least 8 or 9 years of my life. It was going on until my brothers and sisters got out of school. But that was 8th grade, for 8 years, and all 5 of us went through the private school stuff. I don't know how my parents did it, but they did it.
Right.
I guess if you make it, as long as you have a roof over your head, food on the table, clean clothes, I see that now as a good thing. Even though you might not have every whistle, every PS4, 55-inch screen TV. I mean, nowadays You just got to make it through the next day. I mean, just enough you have food on the table, in the house.
Learning to live with the basics is an essential need anymore. I think it should be
Yeah, I
taught.
know. Well, I don't. It's like Thursday. I was at school and these kids, they can't have credit cards and they can't use ATMs because when they're under 18. But I tell you, this one girl had $20 bills and $100 bill in her wallet, and she's pulling it out like she's flashing, a $100 bill. I said, and I told her, you need to put that away. She goes, why? Because you're showing a $100 bill. I mean, I never had a $100 bill until I was working full time. That was at 19.
Right.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get the money. Hey, Liberty said he lived in California, had a 11-acre plot of land near Visalia and gave it up. Wow. Rather be in Texas. Home is where you hang your hat. If you like it in Texas, then that's your home. I'm happy for you. Craig Durbin, how you doing?
Mr. Durbin, howdy.
Oh, did I tell you that I might be retiring this December or next July?
Congratulations.
And I paid my house off last month, believe it or not.
Nice.
Yeah, that was our biggest worry. Hey,
See, that's where if I get my disability, that's going to be the biggest one right there, is covering my mortgage. Because I actually have a pretty decently low mortgage. I managed to pick this place up at the very height of the height of the crash in 2010, where everything was bottomed out.
Right.
I managed to pick this up on a bank lot sale. So, or out of a bank block sale, I guess is what they call it. And so I got a killer deal on it. And so my mortgage is actually relatively low comparatively. And
well, I'll be honest with you. I was out of work for a while, so I had to use our credit card. So we took a second on our house and we combined it to our first and refinanced it, and we still paid it off, which is the only way we survived with the house. But when I bought this house, the guy who was building the houses, the builder, he gave me the wrong price. So I took it. Yeah, it was supposed to be another $20,000 more, but he gave me the I don't know what price he gave me, but he gave me so I took it.
Well, yeah, well, the price I paid for this place was technically 34,000 less than it had ever listed for.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it was pretty bonus. I almost lost it actually. I shot him a way crazy low ball. Pretty insane low ball. I was kind of hoping they'd go for it, but then they pulled it off the market. Had my realtor shoot him another bid. I bumped it up a little bit, and they did what they called tentatively put it on the market for my eyes only. And then they sat on it for 3 weeks waiting for me to get nervous and jump my bid. And I did not.
Awesome.
I figured they bid. They put it back on the market for me at that bid. That means they were interested. All I had to do was stand my ground and be patient.
And how soon did they take it, the price that you were asking for?
They sat on that for 3 weeks.
Ooh.
And it was kind of, yeah, I mean, they knew I was already living down here. I was already in an awkward situation. I was ready to move in. They were just kind of hoping that I'd jump it. And I was probably maybe 2-3 days from jumping my bid when they finally caved. I'll be honest. I was getting close. I really wanted this house.
Um,
Well,
on
this is
this house, uh, this same house that I could have had I'm talking about the floor plan, not the floor plan, but the footage. It would have cost me $60,000 more just because it's in the next town over, and the lot was the same size. And I said, I can't pay $60,000 just because the lot's the same size and the house is just in another town. So we decided to stay here, and I'm glad we stayed in town because the houses in Fresno are just outrageous.
yeah. Here in Arizona, they were pretty like in Kingman. It was pretty reasonable when I bought.
Well, traveling across the states when I took my son to Missouri, he lived there for 5 years. He got a job working for O'Reilly's, and that's in Springfield. When I took him over there, I was just checking prices around the neighborhood, and where we stopped, we took a 3-day drive to take all the stuff with us, and the houses that you could buy, like half of what I paid for my house in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, all the places we went through, they
Right.
were cheap. I mean, compared to California.
I think most everything's cheap compared to Cali.
Yeah, well, I don't plan to move anywhere. I
Well,
like.
see, for instance, my house,
Mhm.
I actually have two buildings on the property. One is the main house with the garage attached, and then I have a mother-in-law's quarters. Mother-in-law's quarters is, I believe, 850 square feet, and then the main house is technically 3-story and 3,900 square feet.
That's pretty good.
And I picked it up for 75K.
You couldn't get a house for 75K here in California, especially even if you went to like the outside of Fresno, Madera County. You're looking at 75,000. You're looking at 1,000 square foot home.
Right. Well, see here,
That includes.
see 9 years later, now that the market's recovered, um,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even have to do a whole lot to it, like as far as to spruce it up or anything, and I could probably more than double the money. But here's the thing: is I picked this place out specifically because of the layout and how many rooms and how it was all the downstairs is laid out. It's very, very large family friendly. So I can have all my grandkids here. I can have the family here. We have enough room for everybody to stay, and we can have one room dedicated to a grandkids playroom, so on and so forth. It's a small backyard, but it's enough of one that I built basically a little sand lot and swing set area for the babies.
Mm-hmm.
Just cool stuff.
Well, I'm working on my dad's property. He has a house on it with 2,100 square feet. It's a ranch style with 2-car garage, but it's got 5 acres on it. And when we get together, we go out to my dad's, and it's got horses, but they're all my neighbors. They let us use them. Cattle, we feed them, and then we got a little swing set and a little house and the plastic, the ones you put together.
Oh yeah.
Plastic one. And, I mean, there's plenty of room for them to play baseball. We when the grass is low, we do golfing out there, and it's
Nice.
it's open. The kids can run around, and we come back here, and we got 2 extra bedrooms. One is for adults, and one for family, and the backyard's all set up for them. So hey, Victoria.
Hey Victoria. Yeah, see, and that's now I'm only on a 1/4 acre.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, I don't have any houses next to me. It was supposed to be developed, but somewhere in the whenever decade it fell off and there was no more development out here. And I just happen to be on the absolute backside of all of it, which is absolutely wonderful for me because I'm not a fan of neighbors. But that's one of the reasons why I picked this one out too, is because it is. I mean, the closest neighbor is a half a block away.
Yeah.
And they stay out of my business.
Well, my neighbor is only 10 feet from my window here to his window is only 10 feet with a fence in the center. That's how houses in California are because the land is so expensive. But
Oh, I know.
I could not find better neighbors. One just moved um, to Idaho because he says it's getting too crowded, and I think it's because he wanted to be near his family. His son moved to Idaho too, and I mean, with the property he sold up in the cabin up in the mountains and his house next door, his house sold for 315,900, and so he's got a cabin up in the mountains, which is probably another I don't know 300,000. So he can buy tons of acres. I think he bought 100 acres for his house.
Oh yeah, up in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. Yeah, when you're converting that type of property in California over, you're talking acreage. Even over here in
Right.
Arizona,
Which is good because
some serious acreage.
well, I liked Arizona. The only thing I didn't like about Arizona was Phoenix. When I was working there, I was working in Scottsdale. Scottsdale? What is it? Scottsdale? Trying to remember.
Scottsdale.
And Scottsdale, that's what it was. Also, I worked in Guadalupe, Chandler. I worked. A good thing I worked inside, but I worked for stores, Target stores, and man, when we got there the first day, it was like killer heat, worse than California.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't used to 120 degrees.
I actually spent a lot of time growing up in San Diego. Was born in San Diego actually.
Wow, that's a nice area.
And then, well, I grew up in Wyoming for the most part, but my grandparents still lived in San Diego, so I did summers quite frequently down there. And then I lived in Phoenix for 2 years in '99 through 2001. Yeah, 120, 125, quite impressive. I mean, even here in Kingman, it gets over 110 a few times.
Well, we have that here for 30 days, but I think you guys are drier than here, but for some reason it was just hotter for me in Phoenix and all that air surrounding area. Even when I worked in Chandler for a couple of times, just surveying the stores on the outside because we were building new stores because we didn't have any in California, so they sent me to Arizona for 3 months for training. And as we were building the stores, just getting into the car was like almost dying. Like we're across the Mojave Desert, but worse. But
especially during monsoon season in Phoenix, because it's not a dry heat anymore.
no, I was there when I landed in Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix, and the
Yeah.
lightning was hitting our plane. And I told one of the guys that was with us, said, "Hey, the plane just hit by lightning," and she says, "Oh, that happens all the time. Every time you hear the crackle, and you go, yeah. Well, if you hear it in your headphones, that means electricity is being grounded out. So don't worry about it. If you don't feel it, it won't hurt you." That's it. But the thunder, it's almost like above your head.
Yep. Oh, those monsoons are nice. I love the thunderstorms there and here. When the really good ones come through, they're amazing.
Andrew, I don't mind watching them from far away, but when you feel your whole house shake,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
Oh yeah, I've felt it in this house many a time. Where it's really bright. We're talking like less than a second. Yes, daylight bright, and then less than a second before the thunder.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Windows rattle.
And sometimes, who's telling us? One of the local people says, when you smell something burnt and it goes away because it goes through the wind, that's because lightning hit the ground.
Quite possible.
I don't know if that's true or not. I never understood that, but that's what she told me.
Huh.
Oh, Victoria says they have killer tornadoes there.
The drunkens fed.
Oh, I know. My uncle used to live in Kansas, and he would tell us that he was in Tornado Alley.
I don't think I could do that.
I don't think so either. I'd rather stay with earthquakes. Good night, Native Gypsy. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, Craig Durbin says about the monsoon season in Arizona. Yeah, it does get humidity.
Very much so. Well, if you're lucky, because like I don't know, I got sprinkled on 3 times at my house this entire monsoon season. I was so disappointed. I actually had to water stuff.
Really? You know, I hear a lot of people conserving their water when it does have the rain. Not in some parts, not because of all the floods, but I'm sorry, was that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Here in California, because of the drought we've had for the last 5 years, they're installing now 5,000 and 2,500 gallon tanks for fire retardant, battling for housing, like on ranches, anything above an acre, they're installing these water tanks of 5,000 gallons, 2,500 gallons, 1,500 gallon tanks.
Nice.
Well, the insurance goes higher because if you're 1,000 feet away from a fire hydrant, they charge you more.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's California. They charge you for about everything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But you know something? I have family living. My wife has family living in Texas, and their taxes are pretty low. But their fire service is so far away. Their fire protection, police department or sheriff has to be covered a larger area.
Right. Well, and the fires there get kind of out of hand sometimes. I think you're out again.
It just did. It came back just now. That's funny because I don't have anything on other than. Let me see. I think my phone might be too close to. I'm gonna turn it off. Let's see if that works. But I noticed that sometimes when I have my phone too close, it might cause an issue. Turn it off. There we go. I turn everything off now, and nobody should be on the internet, so it should be all right. And there goes my phone. Turns it off. Okay, good. And so, like my fire is just down the street, not even, I don't know, about 150 feet away. And my insurance, when I told my, oh boy, I hate it. I'm getting backbeat. Where am I getting it from? That's closed. Weird. Yeah, the fire engine is closer, and I redid my insurance since I paid my house off. They want us to do a rebate, and I re-update everything, and some things were wrong on it, and it was charging me $10 less for one thing. But I had a dog at the time, a Doberman Pincer. Had I kept it Doberman, it would cost me $150 more a year.
Wow.
Yeah. Now that I don't have one, my insurance dropped.
Well, see, and unfortunately, now the Dobie is one of the only dogs that I will kind of bend on that one, like my opinion, because the simple fact that so many of them have that brain growth issue in their older years, and they do snap on loved ones at randomly at a random point. I've seen it a couple times, and these Dobies were awesome until the day that they snapped on a family member for no damn reason. And that's kind of scary.
I've had one I've had one every year since I was 20. So the last 40 some odd years, I've never had one snap at me. including that my dad had and my brothers had. So it could have been a strain
See,
of.
I've known a couple that have done it. I've known many Dobies that were awesome, awesome dogs. I've just known a couple that did actually snap.
Right, right. Yeah. Well, even Coin Fanatic says the same thing. It costs $1,000 more a year to have a German Rottweiler. That's the other breed they told me about.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to condemn all Dobies. I'm just saying that one thing I have witnessed in a couple of them.
Yeah, right. Personal experience.
And on those two, I know it wasn't upbringing, and I know it wasn't bad training, and I know it wasn't for lack of being loved dogs, because they were in amazing situations, which is the one reason why that kind of tripped me out. And then when it was explained to me that it was actually a genetic condition that develops in some of that breed, but I've also been told, but never witnessed it, that it can happen in Rotties too.
Right, because they're the grandfather of the breed.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard that. The other thing too is that my either nephew or my niece was standing at the window where my last Dobie, his name was Kobe, not Dobie, but Kobe. He was just standing at the door, and my niece runs up to the door, and all of a sudden my dog just lunges at him through the plate glass window and didn't break anything. But it's the first time I ever saw him react like that. I don't know if it's because he got startled, didn't see him coming. He ran up to the window, didn't bang on it, just run up to it and stopped all of a sudden. And then my dog went like crazy, and I've never seen him do that.
Huh. Now, I do want to, just so nobody thinks that I'm like being mean on dogs, one of my favorite dogs I've ever owned, her name was Angel, and she was a Dobie, a red Dobie father, and this little just squat, beautifully built Rottie, and they were both papered and everything, and she was just an amazing, gorgeous animal, great with kids, such a sweetheart. One of the best dogs I've ever owned when it came to my kids.
Really?
Oh yeah.
My second Dobie, his name was TJ, and he was when my daughter was 2 years old. I had, when you're a new father and everything, and I guess I ran inside real quick to tell my wife something, and my mailman, Mr. Zamora, comes up to my curb and puts his foot down above the curb, and my Dobie stood up, didn't tell him anything, didn't growl, didn't lunge at him, but as soon as he put his foot down back behind on the pavement side of the street, my dog laid down. As soon as he put his foot up again in the cab on the curb, my dog stood up, his ears popped up, and he didn't say nothing, didn't growl anything. So he waited for a few seconds because he needed to drop the mail in my mailbox, which is in the house. And I come out, and he says, "You have a really good trained dog." I said, "Why?" "Well, for one thing, when I put my foot on the curb, off of the sidewalk, towards your daughter, your dog stood up and his ears popped up, and he said, 'Where are you going?'" Kind of expression. And then when I put my foot back down, he told me the whole story again. He did it 2 or 3 times. That is really a good trained dog. Well, he was leashed with my daughter there with him, but it wasn't tied to anything. And just that little nudge, I guess, told him to hold back.
Right.
But he knew that he wasn't supposed to go nowhere. And but also, I'm glad that the postman had not to come any closer.
Uh-oh. There you went again.
I'm here. I don't know what's going on. I have nothing on. Nothing interfering. Everything's turned off.
Mysteries.
Yeah. Well, I did change service because the first service I had was AT&T. I shouldn't have said that, but too late. But they don't want to. They don't want to upgrade their landline, or what is it? Their what do you call it? Their serviceability. I had them come out here 5 times, 5 different technicians, and they said, "Well, the best I can do is a download is 1.5 megabytes and 9 going up. I said, you kidding? And then when I went to this other company, they're giving me 60 down and 5 up. So
Huh.
it's supposed to be better. Unless they're doing their maintenance right now. Because the box that's for the whole neighborhood, including for all 3 companies, it's right in front of my house. For all the neighborhood, all thousand houses.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, because of what Kenny and I were doing, we worked from home, answering phones and so on and so forth, and doing a lot of computer work. We actually ended up on our internet provider has a residential and a business tower out here. So we managed to get hooked up on the business system. We still don't have uploads and downloads like that fast, but it's still for as far out in the middle of nowhere as I am. It's pretty good.
CoinFanatic says it costs him $500 a year just to have another dog, German Rottweiler. Wow. Sure is lower for our
Doggies are so friendly, though.
You know what I used to call my last Dobie? I used to call him a Doberwoman because he was so lovable. I mean, he didn't like other dogs, but I had to train to it. He wouldn't go after dogs. And I lost him about 5 years ago, and I haven't got one since.
I haven't had a dog in years. I don't have. I don't know. I was too busy being a dad, and then just everything was going on. Just life pretty much got in the way, and I don't have the money or the time for it.
Yeah, everybody wants.
They are a command.
Well, it's a time and expense, but my daughter has a dog, and my grandson loves it to death. They call it Nala, and it's a pit bull, or it's something that looks like one, but she is the most lovable thing you could ever see. I mean, doesn't have a mean bone in her body, and
Pits are wonderful if they're raised right.
yeah, I was just saying, if you treat a mean dog, you're gonna make it mean. It's not a mean dog before you hit it. It's a mean dog because you made it.
That's it. I mean, I've had one of the best dogs that ever with my babies, and it was at the same time as I had Angel. His name was Wiz, and he was I believe, pit. He was like 3/4 pit and then a quarter something else, German Shepherd or something. But he was all pit. He just wasn't a purebred. And the babies could literally crawl up while he's chewing on his favorite toy, stick their hand in his mouth, pull it off of his tongue, and he would stop mid chewing so that they could grab it, sit there and play with it, and he would simply patiently wait until they were done and lost interest and wandered off, and then he would pick up his chew toy and start chewing on it again. And just so gentle with them.
Well, you know how dogs' ears are, Dobermans. I mean, you really can't mess with them because they don't like anybody messing with their ears. But my daughter would get right on the back of my Doberman and grab his ears as like reins for a horse, and he would never snap back at her. But if I tried touching his ears, I mean, I get a little bit of a growl, but my daughter could do anything.
The only time Wiz ever snapped at me or my ex-wife, it was the one time with her, it was a growl. He didn't even get to go to the snap mode, and I Jackie Chan his ass. That was unacceptable. She was swatting one of the kids. Something had happened, and a child was being disciplined, and he come out of nowhere and started to growl, and I went off on him. And another time, I was spanking one of the kids, and he come around the corner and actually went to snap at me, and I had to. I got defensive because he went to snap, and I had a child right there, so I kind of probably got a little mean with him, but he never did again. If it was us, he might not like it. He'd leave the room if one of the kids, literally, he would walk out of the room if one of the kids was getting disciplined because he couldn't handle it. He didn't like it. But and he knew it wasn't his place to say anything at that point. But if anybody else had approached our children,
that's kind of funny how you said that, because
it was going to be.
I think that's true. Because when my wife were, like messing around with food, trying to put it in each other's mouth or something like that, because we always had a funny habit of, hey, try this, and then we mess around with the food. My dog, Dobie, he'd get mad and start, pulling on my leg, or he'll stand up on his rear legs and stand up and put his paws on my back, or shoulder, or something to get my attention. My wife did the same thing. He did the same thing to her. It was kind of weird.
Huh. Maybe he saw it as aggression and didn't like it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to protect us or pull us apart or something. It was kind of odd.
I don't know. They get jealous. Wiz was prone to, and when he got full grown, he got pretty damn big, and he was prone to crawling up under the bed when we were sleeping, and then like using his feet and his back, literally pushing one or the other of us off the side of the bed. But he had to lay down in between us and push us apart for him to be comfortable and sleep. And the crazy part was we got him when we were together. So he had to just be raised with this, and he just got jealous and decided that, and I seriously don't know who he was jealous of. If it was her or me, because we were both boss. And you know what I'm saying? He didn't favor either one of us over the other. He really didn't. He just didn't like us being together.
I could imagine. Sometimes I would sit on the couch and he would sit and get mad because the dog wasn't on the same couch as I was, and we try to push him off, and he'd go right back. And I didn't tell him. I tell him to go back down, but he always came up. Hey Oz, how you doing? Thanks for coming by.
Hey Oz.
And I've always liked big dogs. I never liked small ones. My dad always liked small, like Pekingese and Pomeranians and like that. And he loved them to death. But every time they got dug out from under the fence or they jumped the fence, because in California, especially Central Valley, you couldn't have a dog not behind a fence or on a leash.
Night, Gregory.
Good night, Gregory. We're doing better there, Oz. I hope you are too.
See, and I grew up in Wyoming, and I always had larger dogs. But I mean, even there, that's kind of an iffy game anymore up in Pinedale area, which is south of Jackson, about 60 miles, 70 miles. Because last time my sister lived there, and this was 7, 8 years ago, I think, maybe 9. She had a beautiful Rottie named Shiva, and she was a brute. I loved to wrestle with that dog. She was a sweetheart, but she was a holy terror, guaranteed in a fight. And she actually got taken down by the pack of wolves there in Pinedale.
Really?
Oh yeah.
See, our problem, we have coyotes, a lot of them.
Oh, see, the coyotes are pretty bad up there too, but the coyotes aren't ballsy enough to try to take a Rottie on any day. They're just really not. They'll pick on the smaller animals. They can play with the rabbits and stuff. There's enough of them up there. But the wolves are after bigger prey.
Yeah.
I mean, even the coyotes are on the menu for the wolves up there.
Well, our wolves are so far up in the hills, they don't come to the valley.
Yeah, well,
problem.
They did that.
But the thing, don't wolves hunt in packs?
Yes. There's actually 2 different packs in the Pinedale area that I know of currently. And there might be more, because last time I talked to anybody about it was months ago. But, and I mean, it's up in the mountains of Wyoming. You're still talking 7,000 feet, but
yeah.
Wolves have really got them out of hand, because they are, in fact, out of hand at this point, and they have been for a while. was that whole save the wolves, replant them different places, so on and so forth. Got to protect them, and there were no controls put on that.
Right.
It
The predator.
Yeah, it was an absolute blanket protection, and that they got out of hand, and they are out of hand.
Well, isn't U.S. Department of Interior and Bureau of Land Management, don't they have a culling for certain breeds? Like I think of wolves in some places in California, they can hunt them legally, as long as they have the right tags.
Really don't know where that stands in Wyoming. I haven't been there in years. I haven't been there in almost 10 years. I know you couldn't 10 years ago quite yet get a license. However, if your local game and fish guy knew you well enough, he would reassure you if you saw one, kill it, bury the body, and just don't tell anybody. That was Game and Fish's recommendation. On site, period. Out hunting during hunting season,
Yeah.
they literally wanted us to execute any wolf we saw because they were already out of hand, and that was 10 years ago.
I don't swear to this to be true, but I heard one of the guys talking up near the foothills where we go sometimes just to grab a hamburger or something, and they were talking about where a wolf was attacking a domestic animal. I don't know what kind it was. Maybe it was a calf, maybe it was a hog, whatever. But they shot the wolf, and it wasn't hunting season, and the guy calls up the Fish and Game and told him what happened. He didn't get prosecuted for it, even though they're protected in California.
Oh, if it's threatening your property, which is surprising that in California this is still okay, but generally, if it's threatening your property or so on and so forth, it's more along the lines of self-defense type of thing, kind of like the castle law for invaders and intruders.
Right.
So, yeah, generally, in that case, you're pretty much free to do whatever you got to do. Even up there in Wyoming, they're not going to prosecute you. Even when it was super protected, when they were growing the whole population, if it was attacking your livestock, and you killed it, all you had to do was call the proper authorities, show the cow or whatever that had been wounded.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was the unfortunate part, and the hang up on that is you had to wait for the wolf to actually attack one of your animals, because if you had no proof and you just had a dead wolf, your ass.
Yeah.
Big
I can only
time.
imagine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, on the flip side of that, for instance, like moose, if you're out fishing or something and you end up having to defend yourself from a moose, that is technically, I've never seen them let somebody pass on that. If you kill a moose out of season and without a license, they're big enough, and you should, if you're up there and in their environment, you should know about it. So like them, you're in trouble.
Right.
Bears, yeah, you'd better just be cautious on that one, and you better not be up in the mountains when you're killing a bear because it was attacking you. That's kind of dumb.
Well, they changed the law up here at the federal. Well, actually, it was Yosemite National Park, that you can carry a firearm on you on federal land, where before you couldn't do that. They were having too many black bear attacks, on people. So
what about mountain lions? Did you hear about the mountain lion problem they're having up in North Phoenix?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, hikers were getting snatched up and stuff by a couple of mountain lions that had come down from the superstitions.
Really?
That was a while back. The last time I heard it was an actual issue, possibly even a year ago. But yeah, it happened. It was hikers in those. It's the hills that are right there to the north of Phoenix that everybody goes hiking in.
Is that You're talking about Camelback area?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yes, I heard. I remember. I remember hearing that on the news.
Yeah, that wasn't that crazy? I mean, that's kind of technically in the city.
Yeah, I think what the case just like in the valley here, we're mostly agricultural from Sacramento, all of Sacramento, all the way down to Bakersfield. We're mostly agriculture, and they use a lot of pesticides. And back in the 70s, I remember that we used to go spot the eagles at a lake up here in the mountains, and there would be 50, 60 pairs, right? Late 70s,
Yeah.
they disappeared. I mean, not all of them, but the numbers were down. And they started finding out the stuff that California is supposed to be like the tree hugging state, but there was the American bald eagle that was missing,
Right.
and that was something that it just pissed people off. And because most of the jobs were related to agriculture, a lot of ranchers and a lot of farmers, they really fought to keep that DDT, which was one of the bad stuff, getting
Yep.
into the system. And then it was killing the fish. We couldn't go trout fishing anymore. Then we went to go, swimming. People get, their skin all irritated because they were getting some kind of rash that we couldn't explain. So it all came out to some of the chemicals were getting inside the well, the well water, which is, underground. And then
Right.
the surface water is getting covered with all this stuff. So when they started calling us, this, that, and the other thing, now we got people back east having problems with their water. Like Michigan, another state came out, New Jersey, saying that their water is not that good. Now here in California, they're giving us free water kits to test our water at our faucets in our house.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, there for a while there was a higher than EPA regulated allowable per parts per million of arsenic in our water.
dang.
Yeah, we actually did the water company sent out a letter every month reminding us that we could go up there and get up to X amount of gallons a day per person. Um, yeah, it was and then what was basically going on is they were waiting for a new treatment facility to be completed. And I tell you what, that thing went online. Some of the best water I've tasted since moving out of Wyoming and well water country.
Well, my dad just used to swear we have a well water on my dad's place. It's 326 feet deep. The coolest, freshest water you ever tasted, right? Well, they started saying, well, because of the years of using pesticides and nitrates and ammonias and all that stuff that you use in agriculture and all over the place, they said
It got down into your aquifer.
yep, it did. And my dad was like, he's old fashioned. What's good for the company is good for me, changed
Right.
when he found out that it was, killing trees like crazy. And I mean, it just changed him because, like, if he said things shouldn't be this way. I said, Dad, but this is the reason why companies don't want to report a lot of the stuff they're using. And it's expensive to get rid of that stuff too.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and the odd part is I was growing up in Wyoming when a lot of that was going on. So it was odd to me because people are saying, well, the bald eagles are disappearing. And I'm looking around where I grew up and I'm like, no, there's just as many as ever. They're everywhere.
even the condor, the California condor, which is supposed to be the biggest, um, isn't that the biggest bird in the United States or in the continent?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Well, I remember on Tree Day way back in the 70s, or Planet Earth Day, whatever it was, I forget, but it was something to do with the planet and planting trees and taking care of the land.
Either Earth Day or Arbor Day.
I think it was Earth Day. I think it was Earth Day. But anyway, the thing was is that they made a big commercial uh, for saving the condor. And I think it's coming back. I haven't heard anything lately about the condor.
I know the San Diego Zoo and the Wild Animal Park there were both doing massive efforts for years with those birds.
I just heard a story on a radio station. You know that John Tesh, the guy who does the piano,
Yeah.
the tall guy, blondie. He was talking about how many birds are been studied, and they said across the United States, 3 billion birds have vanished. The number they've calculated. And I'm going, how did they calculate that? And they started explaining to it, and it made sense. But 3 billion birds have been missing from wildlife.
Now, but the thing is how many trillions are there? Number one. And number two, how much of a fluctuation really is that, and what kind of a cycle does that mean that the planet is actually on, regardless of us?
Yeah, this study was from the 1970s until now.
Right.
So that would cover most of the cycles. Let's say even 3 years or even 10 years. That's 4 cycles already. And the way they were explaining it was a number of like the moths. They go to Mexico, they go to Canada, they come back to Mexico.
Right.
Not the mammoth moth. Is it a mammoth moth? The orange one?
I do believe so. And then there's also the monarch butterfly.
Right. The monarch is the one I was talking about. Thank you for telling me. It's just like the birds of Capistrano. They've counted them for 100 years, and every year they say it's within 2 or 3% up or down, for seasonal adjustment or for late arrivals or whatever. This last year, they said the numbers were down at San Juan Capistrano when the birds come back. Or like in Texas where they have those bats. I know they're not birds, but they keep counting them too.
Okay. And I kind of remembered that, but what I read about that, the birds, was directly related to, wasn't proven, but one theory was that it was directly related to the monarch butterfly.
Really?
Fact that, because there was a bird that was similar. I don't know if it's the one you're talking about.
Okay.
But one of its primary food sources at one point in one of its migrations is the monarch butterfly and its migration. And at some point, because of weather patterns in Mexico, something either happened and killed off a large population of the monarchs, or they lay dormant for longer than normal, or a combination of both. And so a large percentage of those birds that were supposed to be counting on that food source really didn't have shit to eat. So there was a large catastrophic failure in the ecosystem there.
Yeah.
To do with the weather patterns that happened in Mexico, which may or may not have, whatever. It was an interesting theory. Everything lined up, so on and so forth. And that's, if I remember right, I read it in at least like a popular science magazine or something like that, National Geographic.
Right.
Something along those lines. But I remember reading something along those lines, but it's weird because the weather patterns can drastically affect those numbers. And the monarch butterfly recovered, and they expected if that was the case, they expected that the bird population would recover along that migration path.
Well, even since I'm older than most people online, I remember going to LA as a teenager. I remember how bad it was. So that when we came from California, the valley to LA, the air was so bad it was almost like breathing smoke all the time. And before, this is when I remember when there was oranges on each side of the freeway, where Disneyland was there, but they still have orchards all the way around it. And things, when you went through Orange County, you can actually smell oranges in the wind. And then when I got back, I went every year to LA, but I remember in the 70s, it got so bad you couldn't even see the skyline. Really terrible.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And I'm kind of between two things. if companies are willing to develop the technology, I'm willing to pay for it to keep my lungs clean, because my kids, my grandkids, I mean, they're getting the warnings at school. You can't drink this water because it's potable and you can only use this source. And then they've got a special one where they put their water bottles in, and it says only for drinking. And I asked the guy who was testing the water system at our school.
Uh-huh.
He's required by law because they call it leaching, like metals from sometimes they'll convert a drinking fountain into non-drinking fountain because it's leaching. The pipes are leaching like from galvanized pipe or some that are old, like the old schools have.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Or it's the lead. It's the lead that was used to solder the pipes together that's leaching into the water.
Yep.
Or on the flip side of that, they could even be old enough construction that they are actual lead pipes. That's a big one.
Well, this guy was coming in, and if he tested a certain amount of lead in the water, he's supposed to shut down the system. But there's a new technology. There's a pipe that can be formed that is almost like how should I put it? It's almost like a hose that unravels. You see those commercials on TV where the water pressure makes it look like a real hose instead of a cloth hose.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, now they've got a technology where this plastic is formed inside the pipe and seals the pipe away from it seals it from any pipe, any metal contact, and it's almost like plastic pipe going through the house or through a wall or through the pipe itself. And
Sounds expensive, but I bet it'd be worth it.
It's expensive.
But here's the problem: as long as it's not leaching in from the pipes coming in from the main source, that's a big problem there too.
That's the other problem too. Is it like in Flint, Michigan? They had to switch water from one source to another, and the source that they switched to because it's cheaper than going through and they didn't tell anybody, but all that money, all that water was going through there was sewage and chemicals and everything else. That's why the people in Flint, Michigan are upset, and they're trying to actually what they did was illegal, but no one got fired, no one got prosecuted, and
right.
There were kids getting sick.
There's some reservoir somewhere, and I don't remember where it was. Unfortunately, one of the kids was telling me about it, that somebody dumped hundreds of gallons of diesel fuel into this man-made reservoir and basically ruined the entire thing. It's completely unusable now. That was actually, from what he was saying, that's actually recently in the last couple of months. But I don't know. I don't remember where.
In California, somebody came on a commercial one time and said that one drop of oil will contaminate 10,000 gallons of water. Don't forget, I used to pour my oil in the back of my dad's house, in the alley.
Right.
When I did oil changes. And if I did 3 oil changes a year, you're looking at 15 quarts. 15 quarts, and if everybody did it, and then when the rain came in, they didn't flush it out. I mean,
no.
I stopped doing that because, well, geez, if one drop can really contaminate that much, how about all the times I poured oil in the back so I'd kill the weeds at the same time, keep them down, and that was 15 quarts a year. And if I did it, I learned from somebody else, so that person did it too. So there's 30 right there, just in 2 people that I count for. But there's got to be better ways. I mean, yeah, it's kind of dumb, some of the things it requires to do. But if it's my kids' health or my health, just like my cousin who died last year of Agent Orange when he was in Vietnam, he contracted cancer. I think it was pancreatic cancer, and he was spraying that stuff to keep the rivers, the vegetation around the rivers, they can travel and see anybody coming towards them. He was on those boats, and he was a gunner, and he would tell his stories about how he had to spray all that stuff or get sprayed on when the planes came over, and he got all that Agent Orange on him, and he didn't survive very much. He was only 69 years old when he died.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So there's some truth to it, but there's also some exaggerations too. But if you just tell me the truth, let me make my mind. I'll deal with it.
Well, see, and I won't disagree that a drop of oil will definitely spread itself over a large area.
Mm.
And then, but at a certain point, yeah, I mean, what numbers, what are the real numbers? Because I'm not going to trust a commercial. I'm not going to, until I read the data on the actual study. That's kind of where I'm at. That's where I've always been on stuff like that, because I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, it's just like companies. I worked for companies that would tell me to say certain things so it wouldn't go the employee's way. It's just like who was I talking to? But he was telling me that he got lung cancer. He lost most of his lungs, but he's on a respirator, and he got mad when he was working for this company. I won't say who because
Right.
he was in litigation at the time, but he knew from a long time that everybody knew smoking was bad for you. Even back when smoking was not even considered a bad habit.
Right.
But he was getting free cartons of cigarettes, and he'd smoke them, and he gave a few off to his store clerks, where he went to, and then he hears a report saying that nicotine is addictive. And the other thing was that nicotine is also put in there so you can be addicted. And that was a company doing it. And ever since I heard that one time, I'm going, wow, company put nicotine in cigarettes to make you addicted on purpose.
Okay. Now, but think back to the origins of Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just saying, that's not a new concept.
No.
Not a new one by any stretch of the imagination. Um, it's just now it's kind of finally becoming regulated where people aren't allowed to do that.
Well, that's what happened with the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. That's why it was formed, because of that reason.
Well, it's only done so good.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I'll give it a different opinion. My grandfather grew up in Mexico, and I went to visit him years before he passed away. This is back probably in the 80s. And one time we're walking through, and I said, "What's that tree right there? I never seen it before." And it was like 40, maybe 35 feet tall. Trunk was about foot and a half, maybe 2 feet.
Nice.
And he says, "Oh, that? Oh, that's just a marijuana tree." I said, "What? That's a marijuana? Marijuana doesn't grow that big. Here in Mexico, it does."
Oh yeah, no, I've seen pictures of towering plants. Yes.
Yeah, but my grandfather said, "Well," I said, "I'll make just as much money as rolling up that grass right there on the side of the road as much as that tree will give me any money for it." I said, "Why?" It's because Americans will smoke anything as long as you call it weed. And I said, "Well, geez, Grandpa, I mean, if that's a tree, how come people don't know about this stuff? That this is a tree. It's not like growing lizard mushrooms. Oh, we got those too, but some of them are poison. You just know which ones to pick. But in Mexico, it's really used as a remedy for diabetes, for
Right.
hemorrhoids, for lacerations. I mean, he was telling me all the uses for it. The only thing is that we don't smoke it because we know what it'll do to you. I said, "And why is that?" I said, "Because we're not smoking marijuana. We got tobacco and unfiltered. That's what we smoke. And tequila. And everything else is possible." But I just said, it just blew me away. When I was 16, 15 years old, like going, what a different idea of looking at something different where we'd look at it as, hey, man, let's get high. And over there is, don't smoke that because you'll be dumb. It's just,
See, and
sometimes it's just opinion sometimes.
I was
You know,
raised. I don't. I was raised in the, as far as drugs goes, I would say correctly.
okay.
My my parental figure that raised me with it basically foresaw the fact that I was going to go to the point where, the kid getting high, got to get high, blah blah blah. Well, he explained originally the medicinal uses because I was a fighter. I had a lot of aching joints. I had a lot of issues
Mhm.
physically. And so once he found out that I was smoking, he showed me that one or two hits could actually accomplish what I was after primarily, which even at that age, I really was. I just wanted it to stop hurting. And a lot of pills just didn't help. So, because I had already shattered my growth plates in my knees by the time I was 11. I
Wow.
I played hard. I played real hard. So I was taught responsibility with it. And so like when Kenny, it comes down to my wife, Kenny, her seizures are absolutely controlled by it as long as it's used as a medicine.
Hmm.
A couple hits, if she starts a couple hits a day, generally keeps her cool. If she gets stressed, she'll feel the stress and the pressure coming on, and she knows to step away. And if she's in a situation where she can take a hit, or if she has to take a little tiny nibble of an edible, but she's got to be really careful with the edibles because those things are crazy and not regulated.
Yeah, because I remember when I was in high school, the THC levels were so minute. You can smoke a bud, what we used to call a bud was probably like a small cigar,
Right.
and it would just make it giggly, but not sloppy. But nowadays, I mean, you can roll a toothpick size marijuana joint, and the kids are just flying off the hall. And now
Yeah.
that, and the other thing too is that ever since recreational drug has been, how should I put this? I don't call it recreational drug. I just call it marijuana as being used more freely and less decriminalized. I mean, but I've seen more kids get popped at school, high school and middle school, more now than I've ever seen before in 20 years ago when I first started teaching.
Oh, I tell you what, my house was subject to it. And Kenny and I were even really hardcore about keeping our stuff under lock and key.
Mm-hmm.
But because it was here, I think my oldest biological kid, son, I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. He just felt that it was okay for him to veer off in that direction, and he was actually not even getting it from us. Like I said, I had it under lock and key, but he
I
had
was
a friend out here that could get it for him.
I was gonna tell you, it's easier to get it on the street than it is to get it from home.
Yeah, well, especially with parents like us. I mean, we were lock and key. I have not only does my bedroom door lock, but we had a little lock safe in there, and I have a hasp lock on it where I can drop a padlock through it when we do leave. I mean,
Wow.
my bedroom was locked down because Kenny needed it. It had to be in the house, but I also have children, so I had to pass DES standards, the Department
So
child basically,
yeah.
which I did. So even when he did, I mean, and my kid got popped smoking on a bus
Mm-hmm.
out of homemade pipes. I mean, and this was in middle school. And I was lost at that point. I didn't even know that he was smoking. I didn't know that the kids he was hanging out with were smoking. That finally all came out after this point, and so on and so forth. Um, but they're just getting to the point where it's so accepted. That was pretty much his biggest problem. Is all his friends, their parents did it freely all over the house. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
these kids that he was going over to their house where I thought everything was kind of kosher and okay, turned out behind doors, these folks are pretty much just leaving product wherever.
Andrew, I even got kids getting popped in school for in class for vaping.
Seeing that one, unfortunately, I've been calling that one since the beginning. I tried to quit smoking using a vape, and while it worked for a minute, all of a sudden I started feeling weird effects in my lungs, and I'm really sensitive to my lungs because honestly, I already have emphysema and COPD and lung issues, and
Mm-hmm.
I have to be aware of things. So the moment it started feeling weird in my lungs, I
Uh-huh.
took it off because I was already kind of leery because there's not enough known about it.
Right.
And so I would just, I was a holdout in the beginning. And then finally I'm like, okay, I just need to quit smoking. And in a quick hurry, after that, I went back to just smoking sick. See, and I roll my own. I'm kind of like your grandpa that you were talking about. I roll my own. I buy pipe tobacco because there's no additives.
Right.
And I roll my own, no filter. It's, you know, it is what it's way healthier than any pack cigarette. I know that because
You know what's in it?
I smoked 2 of those and my lungs hurt.
Oh.
There's way more chemicals in any pack cigarette that I've ever smoked. Even the American Spirits that claim to be completely chemical free, whatever, even those things hurt my lungs different than rolling a pipe tobacco cigarette. So it really is, there's a lot of differences. They still add all kinds of crazy chemicals. And there was a report that was out on it, and there were different numbers being thrown around. And all I know is it is 300 plus chemicals that are still to this day being added to most cigarette brands.
Midnight Silver Run says that he quit smoking 5 years ago thanks to vaping. Midnight Silver Run, I just hope you stay safe with it. But with all the new reports coming out with these kids, and that 138-year-old guy, he was in an induced coma because he was vaping.
You know, and you know what? At midnight, that's awesome. And I would say if you're still vaping, stop. Just don't do like I did because I hadn't even been. I think I'd been stopped smoking cigarettes for about 60 days when I realized that I was feeling messed up in my lungs, and I just dropped the vaping, and it was I swear it was within 3 days I already was rolling a cigarette again, but. I've also been smoking cigarettes since I was 12 years old, and that's 30 plus years now. So
Yeah.
it's I've quit. Okay, it's one of those things that I talk about a lot. I've been addicted to many different things. I have an addictive personality, and I've walked away from some pretty serious drugs. Walked away, cold turkey, never to look back. And cigarettes is the nicotine is the one thing, and I don't know if it's the combination of the mental habit and all of it, but this is the one thing that I have never been able to just walk away from.
Well, I can't say that I have an addiction personality because even I can't finish my drugs, for health benefits. Even when I get Novocaine through a shot, or I'm pretty sensitive to it, where I don't like the taste of it, the feel of it, and it stays longer affected me. Sometimes I've even taken a dentistry, and they don't put any numbing stuff or any kind of juice for me. I said nope, and I'll be able to take it.
I'm a semi-recovered adrenaline junkie,
Really?
which pretty much means anything and everything was on the table. Now, there's a reason why my back is as gone as it is, and why my joints are gone. There's definite. I had fun. Like I said, I played hard my life, but that was part of it. Is I was an addictive personality, and I was very addicted to adrenaline for a long time, which was pretty much put myself in situations where that even included using some drugs, because just the fact of using the drug was an adrenaline high,
Right.
more so than the drug, which was kind of weird, which is why I was able to walk away from things like I could.
And I was always around drugs, being in the late 60s, growing up as a 13-year-old in the late 60s and 70s was, cocaine and all that stuff. I didn't really get introduced to it. And most of the time I didn't, my friends tried it, but I didn't. And, even drinking, I don't drink that much. I have a reputation of being, a beer with a meal, but never after work and having like a 7 to 7 or something like that. And even when I get with my brother-in-laws on my in-law side, they know I don't drink. And my family on my mom and dad's side, we hardly ever have liquor in the house or eat beer. It's very rare. I remember one time when I was 21 years old, I brought a beer home because it was hot. My air conditioning broke down the week before, and I didn't have enough money to fix it. So I came down, stopped at the local grocery store, picked up a bottle of what was it? That doesn't matter. A quart of beer. And my dad said, and I was 21, right? Almost going on 22. And my dad chewed my butt out because I brought a beer home. He said, "Who do you think you are? You some kind of big shot now?" I said, "No, Dad, it's just hot. I wanted to share a beer with you, and it's hot. It's a hot day, so I thought I would just share one with you." And he goes, "Well, you can drink it by yourself because I'm not gonna drink it at all." I said, "Oh my goodness." So I put it away, and he calmed down. And when dinner was, ready, I said, "Dad, you want to have a beer now?" He goes, "I blew up pretty bad, huh?" He goes, "Yeah, you did." "Well, I don't want you drinking." "Dad, like one quart of beer between three of us. It's not gonna be very much." But that's how my dad was in those days. Alcohol was something that was verboten, you know.
I'm what is tonight? What's today? The date?
Today's date, the 29th.
Okay, that means 10 days ago, I decided that I'm officially quitting drinking again. I've slipped once or twice, but I'm doing good right now.
That's
Um, I come from a very well, I mean, nothing against the way I was raised or against my dad, but he's always been an alcoholic my entire life.
hmm
Started drinking because I would go and get him beers at 5, 6 years old. And as soon as I was able to open them, and everybody thought it was cute for me to take a sip, I started taking sips. By the time he's a 6 pack in, I'm taking 2, 3 sips each beer. And so I kind of grew up my own fault alcoholic. Granted, yeah, I mean, that's why my kids, I've had a rule, and I still have that rule until they are 18. And at 18, I'll send them to go grab my cigarettes or whatever, or go grab me a beer.
hmm
And until they're 17, 18 years old, and they're not opening my beer either, pricks. But I'll send the older ones to go get my stuff. But my younger kids, absolutely not. I'll trip out on somebody for trying to send one of my children to go get them a beer or to go get their cigarettes. Because that's how I ended up being I've literally been an alcoholic all my life, varying degrees. I've been bottle drunk, whiskey, waking up to a whiskey bottle, I've been sober for periods. Didn't like it a whole lot, and even then I was still having probably a couple beers a night. But most recently I have not been able to control it at all, and I end up getting up into like a 12 pack a night, and it's time to quit.
This is how bad I am about drinking. I bought a 30-pack 2 months ago, and I still have 15 cans left.
Boy,
Now, like I told you, I rather have, like, I don't know, maybe because I grew up in a house that didn't have much alcohol, or because I had a few uncles that died of cirrhosis or were placed in rehab so many times, what they call the dry out tanks. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I saw the ill effects of it, maybe because that was part of it, but I really didn't acquire a taste for it. And even when I'm around my brother-in-laws who like to have a beer or two, they've never forced me to drink more than I'm comfortable with, which is I'm glad because my father-in-law, I almost got into a really bad fight with a guy who was probably half my size, but he thought I wasn't a man for not drinking, and he kept putting that in my face. I'm going, and my father-in-law saw me. I was going to lose it, and he sat in front of me and said, "Hey, this is my house. I want you to respect me, and I want you to respect the house. I want you to walk away. I'll take care of this." When I walked away, I was fuming. I was really the first thing I wanted to do was hit something, right?
Right.
So I walked away. My future wife, his only daughter, said, "What's going on? What's going on?" I said, "Oh, Adam's trying to get me to fight him because I won't drink a beer." Uh-oh. That's all I heard was uh-oh from my wife, and she ran to the back. And by that time, my father-in-law and his brother were beating the crap out of the guy.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So they took care of business, and that was when I was like 19, and 20, and that was cool. I mean, I thought, hey, this is a pretty cool family. I mean, if they drink and they protect my the way I was brought up, that I wasn't going to drink just because someone forces me to drink. That's not going to happen. And another time happened was I told a few friends of mine, we took a keg of beer up to one of our friends' cabin, and a bunch of 16-year-old. We were 21 already at the time, and we were in college. And we said, okay, we're gonna stay the night. We're gonna drink. We'll get shit faced if we want to, but no one's driving home because this is like 30 miles up in the mountain. And
Right.
curving, we didn't want anybody to get killed. But these kids showed up, and we don't know where in the heck they found out that we were there, and they wanted to start drinking with us. I said, "No, you guys are not 21. You guys are a bunch of 16-year-olds." It was one of our friends' brother, found a note, saying where we're going to be at. So he got about 7 or 8 of his friends in 2 cars, and they started drinking with us. And I said, "No, you guys can't. No, no, give me your keys." We got into a fight with all these little 16-year-old kids because they wanted to drink, and we told them no because you're not going to drive anywhere with it. If you're going to drink, give us your car keys. Oh, we got into a scuffle, and then the cop showed up, and
Oh God.
yeah, it wasn't in those days. It was cool because the first thing out of the 16-year-old kids' mouths were, "They won't let us drink." Well, yeah, they're 21. You guys are not. What's wrong with that idea?
Oh yeah,
And
that kid just totally made your case. All you guys had to do was keep your mouth shut at that point.
we
You were
did,
good.
because all we did was, yeah, we were stupid drunk too, but at least we were telling them they couldn't have their keys, and so we had the cops asked us where the keys are, and we showed them, and they said, "Where are they? See that 100-foot tree? It's on a string way up on top, and the only way you can get to it is if you shoot it."
Nice.
It was when we saw the cops, I thought we were in trouble for sure.
That's back in the day when yeah,
Yeah,
guns
it was
were.
back in the day where you can get away with stuff because it was reasonable. I mean, we were right by telling these kids, you guys shouldn't have been here in the first place. Second thing of all, you guys are not drinking with us. We're all over 21. If we get busted, then we'll get in trouble for maybe delinquency for a minor or whatever. But and then one guy wanted to commit suicide. I said, no, 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 no. So
Right.
we had to go look for him in the woods.
Oh God, I hate that.
And at night, and because he was drinking and he just broke up with his girlfriend, I said, "No, this has got to be nuts." And that's when the cops showed up, and then we told them what was going on. And by that time, looking for the guy, we got sobered up, so we got hungry. So the lady across the I don't know, probably about 2 or 3 cabins over. She was a older lady, grandma kind of like, she made us breakfast. Man, did we eat out? Oh, jeez,
Nice.
that was well. It was a good lesson, and the cops didn't take the kids. They what they did was they towed their cars into town, a little
Oh
town.
God.
So they had to pay impound, towing, and call their parents.
When I was a kid, see, I know I said earlier that I kind of gave school and administration. I pretty much gave the town a lot of grief.
Mhm.
I have caught one contributing to the delinquency of minors charge my entire life. Okay. I was one of the biggest suppliers for underage parties that there was in the town of 1,800 to 2,000 people. I was 17. And that literally, I even did some jail time over it. At 17, I was busted for contributing.
Andrew, everybody had that person in town, either at a high school or a small town, or especially, shoot, I went to a private school, and most of my friends were, let's say, put it this way, they had more money than I did. I could spit at, and a lot of the things they would get, like I remember one party we went to, we got strippers, and I didn't pay anything for it, but
Oh, nice.
my friends, they came in, and the first thing, the I guess the guy was the enforcer, the big guy. He
Right.
comes in. I said, "You guys over 18?" And he said, "No." Okay, it's another $200 each. I said, "Oh, jeez."
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well,
I
that was
well,
one story that we got in trouble for.
I was in a really unique position back then. My
Mhm.
my dad was not only he was the head mechanic for the Sublette County Road Bridge Department in Wyoming.
Mhm.
So he worked on all their heavy equipment. He put in long hours. Well, he also owned a convenience station that was it's called the Junction, right at the corner of 189 and 191 highways on the way up to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Pretty successful little store.
Right.
Oh, well, at 17, I was running it. I was going to school. I was running the store. I did all the ordering. And I mean, I had the keys and ran. It was, one of those things. So I ordered extra beer because we sold beer. And so, yeah, all we needed to do is if you placed an order with me, I'd just basically go get it out of the fridge at the store and then deliver it even, as long as I was included in the party, which was a given.
It's funny you say that too, because when I was 20, I was running a night crew at a grocery store, and I had guys who were 20 years older than I was already, and some of them had 25 years with the company. And here's this 20-year-old kid running a store. Hey, Alexander, how you doing? Um, and I didn't know what to do. These guys wouldn't do that. And my boss would walk in the door and say, "Hey, how come this load's still on the dock? Why was this not inventoried so that it could be locked away? Why wasn't the safe counted before the store opened? Just stuff like that." And so I went home and I told my dad, "Hey, Dad, what am I gonna do? These guys, they're in their 40s and they're not gonna do anything for me. I'm a snot-nosed kid." But nobody wanted to be the boss of the night crew because they only paid 15 cents an hour more. I just wanted the hours because I was only working 20 hours and I wanted full time. So I jumped the fact that there was an opening in a night crew and I took it. But man, I just remember how hard those days. And then my dad said, "I'll tell you what, outwork every one of them, do all their jobs as much as possible, and get everything done. And you're gonna have to hustle for a whole, you know,
However long.
however long it takes to get them on your side." And I go, "But that may take a year." I said, "Well, you better make sure you sleep every night, make sure you have good food in the stomach, make sure you hustle every time, and you make it run." I'm doing fine, Alexander. Glad you're here. And so when my boss started writing up my guys for not doing their job, I asked them to do something. I gave them a list. I got the work done. After they didn't do their list, I had to do the job, so I did it. And my boss came up to me and says, "Hey, how come this wasn't done?" I said, "Because I gave him that to so and so." well, how come this wasn't done? Well, I gave it to him because he didn't do his job. And I said, well, what did you do? So I gave all the list of everything I did. I said, why do I have a night crew when you got these guys not working for you? I said, I'm gonna just get new crew. And and the guys go, oh, don't worry, boss. We'll take care of it in the morning. The next day, they took care of me. It took about 6 weeks, but those 6 weeks was the hardest I've ever worked in my life. But it was fun too, figuring out what to do. And after they knew that I was a hard worker, it just fell in place.
Hell yeah.
And Midnight Silver says you got to take it one step at a time, man.
Oh yeah. I saw that. I agree. I am.
Have you talked to Paula Bloom?
Me?
Yes.
About?
This subject exactly. She's recovering too.
Oh, not specifically. I talked about it to a couple people. It's something that I gotta just make it through, honestly.
You don't have to do it alone. You know that.
I know that's a lot of the reason why I come on here and spend all night on here.
Yeah.
Because I can't. I don't take pills. Okay, I medicinally, but that only goes so far.
Right.
Skeletal damage I have. It's one of those things. I'm waiting for my surgeries to get to the point where I can have a massive reduction in pain. So sleeping doesn't really come all that easy to me. And that's one of the big problems with the alcohol is how I've always, for the last several years, gone to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't do pills. So, I mean, the only pills I take are my rat poison, warfarin. Gotta love that stuff.
My dad took it for years.
They can't get it regulated in my system. I'm still all over the map. I get my blood drawn twice a week.
What's your INR?
Okay. Here's one for you. Friday, it was at 2.2.
Good.
Tuesday, I was at 1.4.
Not good.
Okay. Now, Friday before that, I was at 1.6, and we had raised my dosage, and that's when I dropped down to 1.4, and that's when we super increased it, and it jumped to 2.2, and now we're waiting to see what happens Tuesday because and we've been dealing with this for years. My body will not regulate it no matter what. Everything I eat is consistent. Everything except for the quit and drink, and that really has no effect on it, honestly. It's really weird. It just won't. And this is something I've been fighting since 2012.
Yeah, my dad had that issue too, and I was helping him. Well, he really didn't take his medicine well when he was on his own. So 3 years before he passed away, I literally fed him every day the pills exactly the same time, when he's supposed to take them, when he's not supposed to eat things, and he stopped driving because his car got taken away from him because he was in a car accident and it wasn't his fault, but he didn't want to repair it, didn't want to put tags on it anymore, and I said, okay, you're done driving. So that helped a lot, And then I was controlling all his food purchases and just making sure. Then after a while, he got used to it, and his blood level started, really being good. He was always between 2 and 3. At one time, it was at 16, which was really scary. And the doctor called an emergency and put him in the hospital real quick. And they did some more tests, and it went back to normal. They don't know why it spiked like that.
The last massive hematoma I had that was in my chest I was at 4.6. If I test over 4, my doctor prefers I go in and into the ER and have a flash frozen plasma injection
Uh-huh.
to shut it down, and then I bridge over with Lovenox shots in my stomach until we can get it regulated again. But I've had it. That one was at 4.6, and I basically popped a random bleed in my chest cavity, and I almost suffocated to death because my lungs couldn't expand.
Wow.
They had to shove a chest tube in me and drained off almost 3 liters of blood out of my chest cavity. Fun stuff. Then I also had, when I was at 3.9, I had a couple massive hematomas in my lower abdomen, upper groin. And I ripped a muscle in half, but they couldn't stop the bleeding there because of where I was at on my INR. And then they cut me off, hit me with FFP, which is supposed to tank you out to 1, right? And then they start over. Well, they hit me with an FFP and flash frozen plasma, and I didn't move. My number didn't move. And I had been off of warfarin for 3 days and been doing a Lovenox shot at that point. And by the 4th day in the hospital, 7 days off of warfarin, I was still at a 3.6, and they could not get it down. My body had basically warehoused it and wouldn't let it go. None of the doctors could figure it out. My INR kept coming up around the 3.5 mark, which is kind of an extreme bleed risk.
Yeah, I know there's certain vegetables that my dad couldn't have that raises the iron content or something to do with something that was in his eating habit. And we stopped eating certain things, and we got his INR really good for 3 years straight before he passed away. Even when he was in ICU, even when he's in his ICU in the last 3 months of his life, his INR was perfect. 2.3, 2.5, 2.6, 2.1. Only one time was it lower than 2, and that was a 1.9, and that was the day he walked into the hospital. Other than that, he was good to go, you know.
My sweet spot is a little different. Because the doc I go to, she's actually a disease management specialist, and she specializes in factor V Leiden mutation, which is what I have. So, and it's one of those things that at the time I started seeing her 3 years ago, she was already specialized for 4 years in this, and I'm still pretty much a case study to the entire office because what it is it's vitamin K. Pretty much anything that's green and leafy.
Yep.
And did you know Ensure or any of those protein type of drinks, 95% of them have an extremely large amount of vitamin K added to them. You have to literally, I personally read the ingredients to anything and everything I'm eating because I have to, because it could literally disrupt my INR for no reason at all. But it's I don't know, it's one of those things I kind of just live with. Like I said, I get tested twice a week. I live as consistent as possible. And I hate testing twice a week, but it has literally saved my life more times than I can count now. So, because I have stroke issues from clotting, because my factor V is a clotting disorder, a clotting mutation. So, if unregulated, I will start throwing clots like crazy at this point in time in my age. Some people who have this go their entire lives without having to be on warfarin or anything, or without throwing clots. Me, I got the lucky stick, and if I drop down below 1.4, I'm automatically shooting myself in the stomach with a backup blood thinner. That's pretty much a given. I actually have the stuff on hand.
A liquid injection?
Yeah, it's Lovenox.
Okay. My dad never had to do that. Yeah, he just watched what he ate, make sure he had no bumps and bruises, that would, manifest into a bleed or cutting himself. And then he took his medicine like normal. And it wasn't, large doses. I'm trying to remember how much the doses was. I think it was just 2 milligrams, twice a day. No, once a day, and then one day a week it was only 1 milligram. I had to cut his pills in half.
Yeah, see, and that sounds pretty familiar. I personally, I change. Like I said, I go in and every 3 to 4 days, my numbers change. So tonight, last night, I took what is it, 5 milligrams, and I'm on. It's basically 2 pills for me.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow night, I take 2.5 pills, which is 6.75,
Mm-hmm.
and then the next day I take another 2, and then we'll see where I'm at, and hopefully. This is literally the discussion between my specialist and I. Hopefully, my blood hasn't decided to do one of those weird spiky things, and I'm not too high. We literally can't call it. It's just, and the sad part is, it's the stress levels. Your stress levels have a lot to do with it too.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why consistency in what you consume.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't necessarily 100% what you consume that is necessarily needs to be consistent. It's the fact that it's consistent keeps the biological, the bacterial, whatever's in your stomach. That I can't think of the words right now, but those things, the enzymes and the bacteria that live in your stomach and your intestines, it keeps those regular, which can actually have an effect on a person's INR. They have found, so on and so forth. I don't know. There's so much to this as far as like with my factor 5 that, like I said, we've been doing this pretty consistently for years, and it's really interesting some of the stuff I've learned along the way at this point.
Yeah, same here. Maybe because I might have the same issues my dad did have. I might get, at least I'm more aware physically and more mentally aware of what could, go possibly wrong with me in the future.
What was it, if you don't mind my asking?
Consistent heart failure.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And sepsis, he got both.
Yeah, but that one's not
sepsis. What is it? MRSA. That's what it is. I'm sorry, MRSA.
Yeah, see, MERS is contracted. That's not something you would. I mean, I guess you could have a susceptibility to infection, but that's a contracted infection.
Right. But in hospitals, it's more. The longer you stay, the more chances you have of catching it.
Oh, trust me, that's why I avoid the hell out of them.
Yeah, he was in there for 4 months.
Oh, my wife gets mad. Even now, like right now, with her being up in Washington and us being at the weird spot that we are in our relationship, she gets mad at me sometimes because we'll be talking FaceTime or on the phone, and she can tell that something's not right. Maybe I had, and because it's happened, there's been a couple of strokes I've had in the last couple of months that I just didn't really. By the time I get into the hospital and by the time they actually get me back to doing anything, last time I went in there for one of my strokes, my most major one, I sat in a hospital hallway in a fold-up chair for 9 hours before I ever saw a doctor. My stroke was pretty much over by the time, and it was an occipital. I was lucky. It was in my occipital lobe, so it was only affecting my vision. I just couldn't see. But it was still really, I don't trust hospitals at this point when it comes to strokes because they really don't know anything. It's just like seizures with what's happening within the community with Andrea Wolf and their daughter, Mike and Andrea and their daughter. I went through that whole seizure thing with Kenny pretty intensely for a couple years. And they don't know. The doctors don't know. Even the neurologists, the supposed specialists, really have limited information on seizure disorders and on how many there really are. I mean, because a lot of doctors will just either say it's a seizure disorder, or they will call it flat out. They will diagnose epilepsy, which is less than 30% of all seizure disorders that are.
When you go to emergency, do you ever carry your medical file with you?
Oh no, that thing's too big.
No, just the outline. I usually took my dad's, even though he went to the VA hospital,
Right.
we still took it with us and the medicines and a log of what he blood pressure was. I even take it before I take him to the ER. I mean, that was several times because of his INR was once a week on Saturdays, but sometimes I would see something how he sounded, the way he looked, if he slurred his speech. What else? There were certain things I knew it wasn't him because even at 93.
Now wait a second.
Yeah.
I have a question. Did they ever do brain scans on him? CTs?
Oh yeah.
What did they look like? I mean, did it show that he was having TIAs?
Nope, none.
Really? I wonder what was
Right.
doing it. Because that's where my slurred speech comes from. Is I'll have a series of small mini strokes, and then that's where Kenny will totally clue on it because I'll start slurring my speech and I'll be sober, or I'll be one beer in and I'm all of a sudden slurring, and so right then she knows that I should go in and go to the hospital.
Well, when his slurred his speech, I would sometimes ask him a question. If he didn't answer me like he normally does, or as quickly as he would don't know the answer real well, I always tell him, "Hey, Dad, what's your serial number from the Army?" And if he tells me his number quickly, because he had that memorized like really
Right.
good, I could tell something's wrong if he didn't get it right. So a lot of times I would take him, and the nurse who did the triage to get him inside the VA facility for emergency, she goes, "How did you know your dad was having issues?" I said, "Well, I asked him some questions." And I said, are you medically trained?" I said, "No, I just know my dad. That's it." You know, I knew something was wrong. And a few times, they said, "Well, I'm glad you brought your dad in because if you waited till tomorrow, he'd be in worse shape, or he wouldn't be with us."
Oh. Yeah, see, that's my blood. I've noticed with my blood, if my INR is off, I'll know it. I'll feel different. But the worst part is I haven't been able to put my finger on a pattern yet, and there is no pattern as far as where my INR goes up and down. I mean, seriously, I've got a PhD that is a graph on her computer trying to compute this with different numbers in there, and none of it makes sense. There's no pattern. But um, I'll there's no pattern to how I'll feel. But I'll know if I'm not going to test normal. I know if I'm not going to test around 2 because I really try to stay between 1.8 and 2.2. That is our goal sweet spot for me, and I can tell if I'm above or below. I just can't tell you any given day which one it is.
Have they given the option of taking another kind of blood thinner?
We've tried. My insurance won't okay it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we've tried. We've tried multiple times, and there's just I don't know what it is. I really don't.
Now, the reason why they told me my dad could only use warfarin is because it was the most proven for older people, and he was 93.
Well, and I tell you what, honestly, it is the most commonly used and easily regulated blood thinner for my condition. It honestly is.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't work 100% of the time with 100% of the people. And with me, it definitely doesn't work. I actually had to 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. I actually cut myself off. I weaned myself off of it and stopped taking it and said, screw it. Because I went in and got my blood drawn, went home, and waited for the phone call for my dose adjustment. And at that time, I was testing once every 2 weeks, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Got a phone. Well, yeah, not really, because I got a phone call because it was still all over the map, but nobody was really paying close attention to it. And basically, I got a phone call giving me my dosage, and I was like, okay, I wrote it all down. Started filling up my pill container, and before I was done putting the pills in my pill container, I
Uh,
got another phone call from a different nurse who started rattling off a different pill schedule.
uh-huh.
And I said, oh, okay. And I wrote it down, and they were completely different. And they were both nurses that were familiar with my case. And I don't know if they just both decided that they were the doctor that day or if that's how that the office was run. But once I realized that it was that slipshot in there, I gave up and I took myself off of it. But
Wow.
then again, 3 years later, I had my first really massive stroke, and that's when I had to just bite the bullet and really start taking it again.
Yeah, but sometimes it's pretty tricky sometimes on that stuff that you take, and anything can throw you off. But I can tell you right now, stress will affect your INR.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's part of why right now it's so erratic because my life is absolute chaos and stress.
Well, mine has been pretty hectic. I lost my mother-in-law 15 days before my dad, and then my dad
Uh,
passed away, and then my brother just passed away last December. So that was 3 deaths within 9 months. And
ouch.
then um, when he passed, we had some issues with the lawyers because my mom did not sign a power of attorney.
Oh
So
no.
so that threw probate in a big whirlspin. And then my brother didn't have a will, so he died in estate, what they call estate or estate. I forget how to pronounce it, but estate. There we go. That he didn't have a will or heirs, and my mom was his last heir directly. So that was a problem too because since he had no will, no one could be an administrator. Then you had to petition.
Right.
And at the same time, my mom signed over paperwork that said that my other brother would be the executor of his estate, the other brother.
Right.
That through, with my mom not signing a POA, power of attorney,
Right. I know.
not signing that, the lawyer said, "Oh no, she refused to." Huh? We were there. We signed the paper. She didn't refuse. Somebody screwed up. So then I had to call the state bar association to investigate.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to get my mom because she has some issues mentally. I mean, she's 88 years old. Uh, Try to get the doctors to rule her not incompetent, but more of lacking capable functioning.
Right.
That was thrown out because she didn't qualify because she was getting better because I was taking care of her medical needs. Um, my brother had taken off my mom off of certain medicines, changed doctors, canceled appointments, and I had to step back in and say, "No, you can't do that."
Right.
And then the judge ruled against him on that just Wednesday. So there's a lot of issues that I'm going through right now. That's just, I'm glad with coins, which we haven't talked about yet, but it seems like coins slow me down. They,
Right. Hey,
they give me,
Victor, give me 2 seconds, man. I'll be right back. I just don't want to be rude and not let you know.
oh, go ahead, go ahead. If anybody wants to jump in, the stream is up there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 above. That's what I do. Plaster, how much gold have you found, like the biggest amount in one outing? Give you a few seconds to answer. over a gram. So about 40 to 50 bucks on a gram. Pays for gas. Hey, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
I asked Plaster, how much does he get? Like a time he goes out and gets some gold, and he says a little over a gram. And I said about 40, 50 bucks. At least it pays for gas. And he says depends. I know in our foothills we have a bunch of places called something gold, something this gold, and gold, gold gulch, no, gold course or something like that. But they have a lot of gold panning places up here. Most of the, I think it's planted, for some to go up there. But there's some places up there that have been gold mines, and mostly river.
If you look up Gold Basin, Arizona, it's do you know who Jeff Williams is? Does gold panning videos and stuff, gold mining videos?
I've heard the name, but I'm not sure if that's what it's for. Well, go ahead. It's probably who I've heard before.
He's been to Gold Basin a couple of times in some of his videos. A really well-known area for pretty good gold.
Uh-huh.
And that's actually where two of my claims are. But the cool part about my claims is that they are up on top of the mountain, the ridge line, one of the ridge lines above Gold Basin, where the gold came from. And it's a matter of, I haven't had the claims that long, so no, I really don't have mines on them yet, but
Uh-huh.
done a lot of prospecting on them, and I know pretty much where the gold is going to come from. And yeah, I don't know. Once I actually get to going out there, it's actually an hour's drive from my house. Which is cool when you have a four-wheel drive. I have to have a four-wheel drive with clearance to make it though.
Right.
Because
you mean normal Jeep clearance, or you mean more than that?
I drive a Durango, and it does good. There's a couple spots where my skid plate bounces.
Uh-huh.
That's why I have a skid plate.
So you're probably talking a stock 3-inch stock lift, and rather than a 6 or 9.
I don't even think I have a lift on it. It's stock.
Okay.
It's a stock Dodge Durango, 1999. And it does good, but like I said, I use my skid plates here and there on the road but that's partially because a good couple 100-yard stretch of the road is in fact the wash. So it gets kind of dicey.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one spot where I actually have to rebuild one crossing almost if it's rained, I have to rebuild it because the Durango just barely dips down into this ditch and then back up to the other side without rubbing my nose or my tail end on, getting caught.
When you're talking about building the crossing, are you talking about a wooden crossing?
No, but actually there is one spot, and I have the 2x12 or the 6x12s.
2x12s would bend.
Yeah, no, I have the 6x12s that are actually beams that were removed from my old porch.
Uh-huh.
And I still have a bunch of them, and I want to cut them down and build an actual crossing to one section of this. But where currently you have to cross this pretty good wash, it's a dip down in, and yeah, you just got to be real cautious with it and make sure that by fixing it, I have to dig down the sides and dig it down into the bottom so that there's more of an easier transition across so that my front end doesn't hang up.
Right. Plaster says he's right now loading his truck to get out to do some gold digging.
See, I knew my chat was doing something weird. I'm like, where are you seeing this? Oh no, I didn't see what Flasher was talking. My chat was behind. I hate this because it doesn't tell you when you're on the StreamYard side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jeff Williams is he's cool, and he's actually pretty knowledgeable and informative. He is a goofball.
Do you know where he's from? What state?
Yeah, Nevada.
Nevada. Okay, then I've heard of him. Then.
Yeah, he's got the damn skeleton.
Uh-huh.
Slim. Yeah, it's always trying to sneak up and take his gold. I don't know. Yeah, he's a goofball. I actually missed him by like a half hour here in Kingman. He was on one of his episodes. He was actually in my local mining store here, the Gold Lady.
Mm.
I stopped in there, missed him by a half hour. Miss Atkins, the lady, the Gold Lady, Miss Atkins, Retta Atkins. I walk in there and she goes, "You would not believe who I just met." She speaks in this really sweet Southern accent type of thing, and older lady, and I just met Jeff Williams, and I'm like, the Jeff Williams. He was in here. I'm like, no freaking way.
That's always cool. Somebody like that.
Up and get that damn Subway sandwich. What? Oh yeah, I was so bummed that I missed him, but it was cool. I even watched the episode where he's in there talking to Retta and Darren and hanging out.
This is so different from when I in the old Yahoo days when I started talking to people about coins or talking about astronomy, talking about fixing cars, restoring cars, trucks, stuff like that. I could not find a good channel in Yahoo days that I got so turned off. I stopped going to like voice chat or even just what do you call it? Just typing chat.
Right.
I left it for a long time, and then just last October 2018, I got back on it because thinking, YouTube's not going to be any different than Yahoo or any of the other things that I enjoy trying to talk to people because they're always talking things that are not adult like, or I should say, sometimes too adult like.
Right.
And, so I said I'd rather have that real thing in front of me rather than no. Anyway, so that's another story to begin with. But ever since I started with the coin stuff and talking about and picking channels and I look at the channels, I look through their videos, and I see what their content is and what they're really interested in. And that's why I put my name as Hector's Interests and in Coins. I missed one word. And when I signed up for it, everybody says, "Oh, that's cool." And I said, "No, it's supposed to be Hector's Interests and in Coins." So I left it that way. So I said, so I'm going to leave it that way. I have more than one interest, but I'm particularly looking for coins. And since I met everybody like you and Rich and Cajun and Mantic Coins and Coin Hunting Couple, all those people are really, with few exceptions, the majority of people I've met on here have been pretty good.
Oh, indeed, and a very giving community too.
Yeah. When I just saw Lemonhead today, Lemonhead Penny.
And Travis, cool people.
Yeah. And, not knowing how to talk to people like from other states or because they have different opinions, but it's never come up where if something is said, it's very rare someone, picks up their head and say, screw that. And, they get mad or whatever. But once you start talking about coins or like, I don't mind talking about anything because I'm interested in everything. So I have a little bit of background on, let's say, panning or dredging or using a flue. And, I when people tell me, how do you know so much? And I say, well, I like to pay attention. I keep my mouth closed and I open my ears.
Yeah, we could even talk about cars.
Oh, really? What do you
around occasionally talking about it, but the money that I'm trying to raise with his wheels.
Yeah.
It's really for parts. I was raised by a master mechanic. Like I said, he was head mechanic for the road and bridge department of the county we were in.
I remember telling me, yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of have the ability to diagnose and or fix most any problem with my own vehicle. So if I was to take it to a shop, I think at this point, with my health the way it is, my dad would probably support me in taking it to a shop because he doesn't want me to hurt myself.
Right.
But it used to be I had, yeah, just with the knowledge that he had given me, he would be embarrassed if I took a vehicle to a shop.
Well, guess what happened to me on Sunday? My wife's alternator gave out because the exhaust shield, even though there's a shield over the exhaust, it's too close to the alternator. So the regulator on the alternator, when it got out, I don't know, burnt or shorted out or whatever. So I called around local stores. They wanted $458 for that alternator. Yeah, and I called up the dealership, and they wanted $1,001.62.
Oh my God, what did she drive?
She drives a Camry, a Toyota Camry,
What year?
2016.
Yep, that's why.
Anyway,
They're so nice anymore.
yeah, they are. So I sort of bit my tongue. I said, no, I'm not taking it to you guys. Not for $1,000, almost $1,000 and $2. So I looked on YouTube, saw how easy it was to do. Review hoses, unplug 3 of the electrical components, take out 2 14mm bolts. One was a 2-inch, and the other one was a 4.5-inch or 4-inch. And took them out. Took a little bit of time, because I wasn't used to, and it was tight. I mean, that thing was so tight on the top bolt. I had to use a pry bar to get it out. And when I took it out, I thought, oh, I'm gonna have the same problem putting the new one in. Nope, slipped right in. And it took me 45 minutes to do the whole thing, maybe an hour at the most. And I saved myself about $800.
Yep, good timing on it too, actually.
Well, because it was cheaper at Rock Auto for $151, but it'd take me 3 days to get it, and I needed the car the next night.
Right. See, and I like, for instance, what I have to fix on the Durango. Well, okay, here's the scary part, and this is why so far I still haven't done it. Is it's acting like quite possibly it's the ECM or the brain of the Durango. Which is going to be around $100 to replace. If I order it off of eBay somewhere. I just have to be very careful because there's very specific numbers you have to watch for and match specifically, even in the same year. So, anyways, let's say I accomplished that. The scary part about it is I don't think it's acting quite like an ECM problem. I think it's almost a short issue, but I just don't know where, which is almost impossible because anyways, long story short, I have to do a whole bunch of diagnostics on this thing and actually just get in there and either replace it, or I have to get it up on jack stands and get up inside of it while it's running from underneath and wiggle stuff to find the short, which is fun. Which is about the only way I'll be able to do it without taking it to a shop and having them put it up on a lift. I got wheel ramps and stuff, so I'll block up the tires, so it'll be safe. And like I said, I've been doing this all my life, but pain in the butt.
The ECM on your it should be on what, the left side of your, behind the firewall?
No, actually, the ECM itself is on the passenger side, just like right up underneath on the wheel well.
Right. Oh, that far. Okay.
It's actually really easy. I've already had that out once to get my numbers, but unplugging it and plugging it back in and shifting it around. Now, I guess I haven't tried shaking the ECM around while the engine was running. I haven't tried that one yet either, which I'll probably do that first before crawling up inside of it.
Because I hear that if you do that, it'll either shut off or you'll have a knocking real bad or something. You'll see a quick reaction to it.
if it actually reacts, what'll happen is it'll try to kill the engine, because
Right.
that's what it's doing. Is it's almost mimicking a power steering issue, to where when you turn right, at a certain speed, over a certain speed, you turn right and the engine's going to cut out. Now, if you flutter it, you can keep it almost going and not allow it to die, but you smell massive amounts of unburnt gas. So there's an electrical problem somewhere.
Yeah, because you're not firing off your cylinders and gas is going out.
Right. So yeah, exactly. It's still pulling fuel,
Uh-huh.
which means theoretically the fuel pump's even still working.
So it's not a fuel injection system?
Yes, it is, but it's still got a fuel pump on the back end on the top of the tank.
Right.
Um,
Have you checked to see if all you said it was a fuel injection, right?
mhm.
Have you checked to see if any of the fuel injection are popped out, or even the seal that's leaking through it?
Everything's good. There's no miss. It doesn't
Oh,
miss. It'll
okay.
just die. It'll just literally, the RPMs will go to zero. I lose dash. I lose everything. Um, Now the engine doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. Does that make sense? It just dies. It loses electrical signal, which is why I'm still leaning towards ECM. But yeah,
Yeah, my Nissan 2003 showed a 340 code, P code, and I looked it up, and it said that possible left bank or right bank, the camshaft position, sensor position for the camshaft, uh,
yeah.
it might be out. So I replaced both of them because I figured, oh, it could be the left one only, it could be the right one only, or it could be intermittent. So I replaced both of them, and I put them in. It was real simple. It's only one bolt that holds both in. And when I went back, the car started fine, no problem, no extra gas smelling, nothing. Took it for a ride, nothing. Went back home, parked it. Next day, I had to go to my dad's ranch, and when I took my son to help me with some things that were needed to us to help move the water tank. In other words, it was a 215-gallon water tank that we had to replace and had to move it out of the way so the tech guy could come with a boom and replace it. And so I said, can't you move it when you're here? I said, well, we can't get back there unless the truck's there. And all right, whatever. So we went in and did it. And on the way home, it cut out on us. It just completely did. And I said, what the heck? And so I put it back in on the reader, the scan reader, and it said code 345. It was the plug, just a small plug that goes into the left bank sensor. Can I believe it?
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I paid what, $80 for $46 each, $94, and plus uh,
Ouch.
shipping fee. Oh well. And I just
See,
replaced.
that honestly, that's part of the reason why I drive 99 and older. Honestly, it's stuff I can work on, really easy. The parts are cheap. Um, and then I don't know. It's just the stuff, and it's still sensitive and all, but it's nowhere near as sensitive as these newer cars.
Yeah, I drive my dad's old truck, a '63 Chevy half-ton pickup C10, and I
Nice.
have, and on my garage I have a 1957 Chevy half-ton step side.
I was looking at my dad's place up in Wyoming earlier on Google Maps,
Hmm.
and I zoomed in on the place, and it turns out he still has my 1967 El Camino sitting out there.
I'd go for it.
I mean, it's going to take some serious restoration. I mean, the body already had rust problems.
Did it get
Uh,
snowed?
what's that?
Did it get snowed on?
Oh, guaranteed.
Oh, jeez.
Actually, from what I've been told, two of the windows were knocked out from kids shooting BB guns and crap. So there's a lot of restoration that needs done on it. But as long as none of that snow and crap got up in that engine and tranny are sound. It's a 350 with a 350. So,
I tell you, I just saw a '67 El Camino. We had a car show here in town, only a couple blocks from my house, and it was cherry.
I love that body design. It is my favorite.
It is cherry. You cannot believe it.
That's always been my dream. I've actually been tinkering with that car since I was 8 years old. First time I ever finally got it fired up for the first time, I was 12, and because it had been sitting for years on our property. Then eventually, the guy that actually owned it was an old friend of my dad's. Found out my interest in it and actually signed it over to my dad for me. And then I don't know, just nothing. I ended up leaving town and going on my own life and going to prison, and just never ended up going back to Wyoming for very long. Definitely not long enough to do anything with it. And this is honestly, this last few years is the first time I've been, well, once I get the situation stabilized again. But
Yeah.
first time pretty much in my life that I've been stable enough to think that I'd be willing to go up there and actually get it down here and think I could work on it.
Well, I'm looking at in California in El Camino '67. Oh, where is it? Let's see. I saw a few of them. I look at cars. Here's one for 15,000.
Oh yeah.
Here's one.
If you got them cherried out and you've got them fixed up, they are worth a mint.
Well, you know something. I'm looking at this one here. Is El Camino for 13,000, and it's nothing. It's got a black carbon hood, probably. The body's pretty straight. Interior needs work. Engine's pretty stock, except for the air cleaner. It's got air conditioning, and they're asking 13,000. It has a power steering, a 396 cubic engine with a 400 turbo automatic.
They got the SS upgrade.
I'm sorry?
That's the SS upgrade.
Yep, super sport.
Woo! That's the one I really want.
Well, a 396, that's pretty.
Yeah. Oh,
he's got,
like I said, it was the stock 350 with the 350 turbo.
Mm-hmm. This one's a 396 with 400 turbo.
Yes. Oh.
He's asking 13,000, but please make offer. Call Steve. And it's a California car.
Yeah, you know why I don't look at stuff like that right now?
I know. I know.
Because I'm really worried about where mortgage is coming from next month.
Yeah, believe me, I've been. My dad was. He had passed away last year in 2015. My principal made it so hard, and I was so much under stress that he wanted me to leave my job, but he made it so hard for me to time it so that I can retire. He made it really hard. So I'm still teaching, but not at the level I wanted to. And I'm making a third of what I used to make. And,
ouch.
Yeah. And then I still had 3 years to pay. Well, May of 2015 until last month, I finished paying my house off.
That's nice.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. So I know exactly what you're going through. I mean, it may not be the same bills. It may not be the same issues, but I can tell you, I know what hard times are, and everything else is being appreciated. That's why I like being on the computer with people like you and talking about coins and prospecting and whatever. You know, it just eases my mind. And even my kids gave me a pluggable USB coin scope, and I got a scale, and I'm going through, boxes of coin. Now, even my wife says, "Hey, when are you gonna go back and get some more?" Because I just found, a few coins that, maybe worth, $5, maybe $6, and or even $1.25. It doesn't matter. It's just my kids like the idea to, like this RPM I got, or this wood grain 1980D. Um,
Yep.
and then I got some really nice coins I didn't think I would get from, people sending me stuff. I mean, I didn't ask, but I won a few. Like, I got a silver round English, £1,
Nice.
14. I got a few silver dollars, not silver dollars, Walking Liberties, Kennedys. Um,
Yes. See, and that was one of the things with my channel is most of my silver that I had, like the Walkers and the Kennedys,
mhm.
all of that got flipped and turned around and done on like bonus rolls or giveaways and stuff like that on my streams. Um, Same with a lot of the W's that I had found. But then, I mean, that's where exactly that's where this is all kind of. Not only does it calm me, but like with Kate, with doing my slabs on the wheel and a few other things, that's gonna, if all those wheels go well and that happens in a timely fashion, that really straightens out my whole next month breather, which is what
Well,
I really kind of hoping that the coins could do for me at some point.
well, I'm looking. Well, one thing is my house is paid off. I don't have any car payments, so that's two major.
Right.
Well, you know how bills go. I mean, car insurance and new car
Oh
payment,
yeah.
house being paid off really made my wife really happy. But we really haven't had the chance to enjoy it because the last 3 years, um, well, actually four, we had deaths in the family and struggling here and struggling there and paying this and not paying that and cutting back on some of our expenses so that, no cable TV, no newspapers anymore, magazines I used to order for my trucking and my car restoration, buying parts from
Right.
cars I could put, just, the basic things, like I said before, as long as we had a house over our head, we pay our bills and we have food on the table, and we can buy clothes when we need to go to work with, new clothes. And as long as that was accomplished, we can survive a little bit. And now that my house is paid off, we're going to be a little bit easier, even at the rate of pay I'm getting now. It's
Oh,
still.
I mean, you live in California. I mean, you had to have had a pretty decently hefty mortgage.
Hmm.
I mean, mine is not bad. That's like I'm saying, I could actually survive pretty decently in this area with my bills and stuff as long as I get my disability,
Hmm.
hopefully soon. Um, and like I said, I've been assigned a judge. I'm just waiting for a spot on his docket. I'm at that point in the disability case, so it's
Wow.
only a matter of time.
Well,
Um,
even
but
even Cajun. I mean, I don't know how he does it. I mean, he says that he's on a budget of $700 a month.
that's probably I'm about to get. I think if I'm estimating correctly, I'm going to get somewhere between 720 and 780. I'm not sure,
Hmm.
but that's the thing. I mean, I'm not. My mortgage is 450.
Wow.
You know exactly. Um, but then I mean, there's a few other bills, so my that'll pretty much almost cover all the bills that I have every month.
That's awesome. I wish
Which
mine.
means all I do is either manage my stream and do some coin roll hunts again
Hmm.
and get that going, and then and I really do miss that because I was finding and sending out a lot of cool errors like on the quarters, and I found a few really nice $50 errors to send out, and those are my favorites. I mean, silver's cool and all, but finding some cool variety or errors just
Yeah.
neat as hell. But it also did help me bring a little bit into the house and into the. It was actually helping us with the mining too, which is was kind of the goal. Is the mining is going to support the coin end of things and vice versa in the off seasons. So
are you going to be able to physically pan gold? I mean, are you going to be better healthy wise in order to do that, or?
Well, here's the thing. I get up there as long as I'm not being rushed. I have a spot where I can camp. I can actually, if it's just me, I don't even really need to pan while I'm up there. So I don't need to take any more water than is used for me myself. And then if I work in the proper hours, a lot of it's going to be me just moving dirt and breaking rock. And that's something I can do at my speed.
Okay.
So
you're not going to be by yourself, right?
I don't plan on it, no.
Yeah, I should always. I mean, with my dad, we never left him alone, just because of the INR situation and his thin blood.
That's it right there. If I was to venture off on my own up to Gold Basin, there would be such a shit storm when I got back that it wouldn't even be worth it. My stress levels would go through the roof. So it doesn't matter if I came home with a pound of gold, everybody would want to lynch me for it. And I mean, yeah. So no, I can't actually. Yes, that's a pipe dream. I would love to go up there by myself, but there's no way in hell. My daughter knows where that claim is, and so if I was to disappear with the Durango and any hint to anybody that I was going to the claim by myself, one and or both of them would be up there with friends and 4-wheel drives to rip my ass out.
Your family loves you.
Yeah, they do.
I tell you what, take a long walkie-talkie. That's all you got to do.
Is a what?
A walkie-talkie. Because depending on how far you're from the closest tower, so you can use your cell phone. Yeah, sometimes I do the same thing. I take a different route, go the long way home. My wife will say, "Where you been? It only takes you 10 minutes to get home, and it's already an hour and 15 minutes." I said, "Well, I took the way home." I said, "Well, you should tell us," and I get chewed out because they a certain time, and if I'm not here by a certain time, I'm in trouble.
Oh, that's it too. Hell yeah. Well, okay, for instance, that ditch that I was talking about that I have to, the wash that I have to dig out very carefully.
Right.
My Durango actually sat up there for a week until I figured out how to run. I actually came upon a home remedy, crushed up peppercorns. But I basically bounced my front end off of the opposite end of the ditch and kind of split the radiator a bit.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I was dumping water. It was pretty amazing. But we went up and put peppercorns in there, filled it up, and managed to nurse her home. So, and then I had to replace the radiator. 100% was done. But yeah.
Maybe you should before you start panning. Maybe you should get that crossing done before you start going up there again. Take some help with you.
I've thought about that. Well, see, and that's like I say, no, I'm not panning up there actually.
I'm sorry. Go up there.
Yeah, that's a load claim. So, I mean, there's spots where I could dig and get placer gold, but that's not what I'm after on those claims. So, honestly, if I want to go and do some relaxed panning or some dry shaking, dry washing, I'll go down to. We have a claim down just north of Phoenix in the Bradshaw Mountains, and that is a placer claim with actually a silver deposit on it, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, you mentioned a term I've never heard before. Dry shaking?
Yeah, it's a dry shaker. It's basically a dry sluice, but it uses air. A leaf blower system. And it shakes. The whole thing shakes, and it moves the dirt down. It has riffles. It's actually pretty cool. I have a really old one that's not exactly as efficient as some of these newer ones. I have a wish list of things that I would love to get for Black Cloud mining. It's just I have to get up there to the claim and get on the gold. Or the other theory is when I get my if and when I get my back check, because I don't know how that all works anymore with the disability. I actually use that to catch everything up, get ahead a bit on bills, and then take the rest and invest it in decent equipment.
Huh.
I'm kind of up in the air on a lot of it. I know one thing for sure. I need a crusher. That's on list pretty high up there.
Is it a motorized item?
What's that?
The crusher a motorized item?
Yeah, actually, what I really want for my crusher initially for the larger pieces, because I'd love to have a little portable hand crusher, which they make now. I just don't know what they cost. I haven't, but that would be awesome for sampling at spots. But what I really want is a cement mixer, a small cement mixer unit, like for a small time construction unit or something. You run that with some 10-pound cannonballs in there, cannon shot, and you toss your rock in, and that will powder your rock for you. It'll crush it. And it's just real basic and really easy, and that's kind of what I want to do my production with. But that's the whole point, is these close ones, the gold basin claims, that's once I get to what I want to get to, that's all going to be hard rock.
Okay.
Now I'm hoping to find a really beautiful gold vein where I can peel off pieces, but that's like the pipe dream of every prospect.
Like 2 inches thick and 2 inches and 15 feet long or something like that, huh?
Well, no, and see, here's the bonus. I have the unique opportunity that I lucked into these claims 100%. These are, I'm not going to say what numbers, but they're you know how claims are named, like officially, they're named officially through BLM generally.
And I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, a lot of them are when they're filed and as they're maintained, they get a name and possibly a number designation if you're in the middle of a larger area. Well, my load claims are actually gold basin number blah and gold basin number blah side by side. They're literally gold basin named claims, and they're supposed to be commercial claims. But I come in at the right time on the fallout of a commercial deal, and the people I go through had these two claims and were like, here, you want them? And there's like no private owners of those claims up there. It just doesn't happen.
Really?
Because there's literally the reason the company and it all fell through is it didn't make their 2 million ounces per claim minimum for their company to take claims. Okay. It tested good, but it didn't test 2 million good. And I asked, what does that mean? And she says, well, it was somewhere between 1 and 1.5 million ounces on each claim. Okay. I'll bite. All I need is 1% of that, and my family's set for life.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking on another site, mbmmllc.com, a hammer mill for gold ore crushing.
Is that the little one that attaches to a handheld cordless?
No, it's a huge one to a Braggs and Stratton engine. Oh
God, no! That maybe one day, but that's like an $11,000 unit.
No, it's a used one, and it's not massive. It's about like 6 feet long and about maybe 3 feet high.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. What are they asking? 5'6"?
Let me see. I haven't opened it up yet. Let me see. Oh, it's not for sale. It's just showing how they use it to
Okay.
recycling and polarizing gold ore.
Oh, it's a YouTube video?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I probably watched it then. Because honestly, I mean, we were talking about how starting up and everything. Back in last year is when
Yeah, it's
I bought
electrical, all
into
right.
last year I bought into these claims, and as I was building up to buying into the claims, I started watching a
Uh-huh.
lot of mining videos, of not just mining videos and panning videos, but geology. Um, I learned I still watch geology videos on anything and everything pertaining to how minerals run when in molten states, so on and so forth. Um, when I throw myself into something like this, I kind of go full bore. And then at one point, we were kind of stuck and we weren't able to go up there. I pretty much watched almost every video out there, and I stumbled on the coin community. And EVG actually was, I don't know how I ended up on his channel. Still couldn't tell you to this day. But
Uh-huh.
he's the first giveaway I ever won on YouTube. And
And you're
it's an 1896. Well, I'm not going to mess with my scope right now, but it's an 1896 Morgan Philly, and it's right here in front of me. It's actually my carry coin, and it rekindled something from, because as a child I collected coins. My
uh-huh.
dad and I both collected, and then his house burnt down. Actually, I have the newspaper clipping right here next to me. January 22nd, 2004. My dad's house burnt down in Wyoming, and that is where I stored all my important, valuable stuff, which includes my entire coin and currency collection, my vinyl collection, my gun collection, everything was up there. And along with him, he lost everything too. But I really lost interest after that. Um, and I being a dad full time at that point, I'd already kind of strayed away from coin collecting, but that really killed it until just as recently. And then I believe it was in November, December, started getting really heavily into the coins because I started doing gifts having to do with coins.
Of last year?
Yeah, this last Christmas.
And I started in October, and I hadn't touched a coin or interested in a coin channel or anything, and I just happened to pass in. I forget whose I was in, but I think it was what are those guys' names? Snack and Paul, half a dollar.
Yeah, Paul, I'll
Yeah,
make you holler.
yeah, and
Yeah, no judgment. They were one of my first too. I actually used to donate a lot to them back when they were smaller, before they got really big headed about crap.
same here.
And I mean, it used to be when I come into the stream, they would recognize me, say, "Hey, Andrew, how you doing? How's Phil? Dirty Laundry Prospecting." They would actually ask about my family.
Mm-hmm.
Then at one point, they got so big that they lose track,
Right.
and those two really seriously lost track of things. Um, Rob, people think Rob Finds Treasure kind of lost track, but if I can get his attention where he actually sees my comment,
Mm-hmm.
and he knows exactly who I am. We've had conversations. We've actually exchanged gifts. He has I took and etched my signature into a 1969 proof, $50, because he signed an NIFC with a Sharpie and sent it to me, a win on his channel. And I'm like, really? You're going to send me a defaced coin? And I sent him the not so proof 69 set.
Mm-hmm.
And almost every coin in it was defaced by me in some way with a signature. Now, I did verify that they were all not errors or varieties. They were all cool to be just wasted. But yeah, that went right into his. He still knows. If he recognizes my comment, then he will make reference to the not so proof 69 set.
You know, the thing is that I've gotten to, and I don't want to say selective, but what I'm geared. Here's a better way to say it. I'm gearing more myself to where the level I want to collect, not so much in the games or the prizes. I mean, I probably will do some, here and there, but I met people like Cajun.
Rich,
I met Rich, Michael
Michael,
Kettle, yeah,
see, and
Wayne. They're more the rare coins or the coins that you can get that is not overpriced, and they tell you what a coin should be. Like when we gave away the extra fine the 1909 SVDB, I didn't know that there was grades of that. I thought every coin that was that valuable wasn't gradable because it was so rare that was the price for every one of them. I started learning that even modern coins can be worth more than the face value, even if it's 5 cents or $1.
Well, I mean, look at the W's. That actually, look, and this is why it's been killing me that I've been financially hit like I have. Because when I was doing the stream and when I was doing a lot of the W hunts, those W's actually, and will be through those Cajun's wheels, will be doing a lot of support here in the near future. Because I literally, I gave a whole lot of them away, but I have sold a whole lot of them on eBay too, for anywhere from $12 to $15 a piece, depending on how quickly I need the money. And they have really come in handy, and it's stuff like that. A quarter that all of a sudden, now the W phenomenon is kind of a little bit of an extreme example, but like one of the reasons why people enjoyed coming to my streams was, for instance, on a quarter hunt. Now, if I was doing W's, I'd flip through them quick because a W is easy to find. But when I'm doing circulated rolls and I'm doing them for people, and I really didn't like doing donation rolls for W's, that never went well. Just because it's so sporadic where you're going to find them. So
right.
I actually started not even doing that. It was just counterproductive to the stream, counterproductive to the entire stream. But circulated quarters, I would be going through them, and as I'm going through them, I'm telling everybody what I'm looking for, why I'm looking for it, what a die crack is, what a die chip is, what a die chip progression is, what a die crack progression is. I mean, at one point it was really funny because there was a whole lot of people. I mean, I was getting 20, 25 people in my stream, and they were calling me the die crack king because I couldn't go through $50 roll without finding at least one or two late 90s Philadelphia die cracks from Kennedy's neck down to the rim.
Right.
In fact, it started to become a running joke on my stream that I got excited when I would find a 1998 Philly without the die crack of any progression, because it was so uncommon. I found more of them with a die crack of some level than not. But it was even those I would go through. I'm looking at for the die cracks on the 80s and on the 70s. I'm looking for the 74 DDO. I'm looking for the 72 and 73 DDOs. Always looking for RPMs, different stuff like that. And that's where I was really happy taking my channel. Now,
you see, that's where I go.
I didn't like the silver searching thing. That's not me. Just flipping through looking for silver. I can't do it. I can't do it knowing that there are these varieties and errors. So, and especially like I was doing it, but it ends up also almost being, I know, Kung Captain, they were cool, but they were long streams too.
Yeah.
Incredibly long streams, because I am putting under the scope, or at least under a loop, at least 40% of the coins that are coming across the table.
But when you do a stream, don't you feel better when you have more than one person in the stream, on the panel, I should say?
Actually, I never did that.
Oh, really?
My streaming? No, actually, my streaming I even resisted. It was they were really getting into Hangouts there when I started really falling apart, and I shut my stream down because I kind of fell apart. But
Mhm.
Hangouts was just starting to be big right about then, and I didn't. My stream was more about me going through the coins and more of me time. And then
Mhm.
I was watching chat or Phil, Dirty Laundry Prospecting. He was the background guy. He'd be watching chat. And then when Kenny was here, she was also half the time watching chat for me. And, that way I could concentrate on the coins.
Mhm.
And it all ran really smooth until it didn't, and so on and so forth. But I'm real close to being back to that. At this point, it's just a matter of being able to have the roles to go through.
Right. Well, it's just like when I was the midnight run, midnight silver run. He was helping me and somebody else. I think Mike Badger, Mike Mullins, Rich Kelly. I forget who, but this is how I found the RPM on this 58 Lincoln.
Right.
If they were for them in the room, I wouldn't ever buy it. Now I have an example that I can use to say, oh, that's what an RPM looks like. And before I was passing up, I've got tons of pennies that are, I have them in small jars that are full, and I got 60s and 40s and 30s. Well, the 30s and 20s are low, and even the 10s are low, but I have a few of them in there. And
Right.
just it's someone else picking it out. Hey, Hector, stop. Go back to the other one. And that's how it happened. I was going through the pennies. I put in a scope. Somebody in the one of those five guys I just mentioned happened to say, "Hey,
Rick,
go back to the other one." And then they told me,
I,
"Which one was it? The other 58." I said, "I've got 358s here," and I didn't have them in order. So now they tell me as I put them down, put them in order, and that way if we go through it, we see it again, we can tell you which one it was. It was the first one, or the second one, or the third one, of whatever date and year. And it really helped me find out what an RPM is. If I didn't have the live stream,
right.
you guys there, I would have never caught it.
Well, see, here's the thing. That's a 58D Wheatie, right?
Right?
Rich Callie probably felt a disturbance in the force as you put it under the scope.
That's what he told me.
I'm just saying. I swear to God, he felt a disturbance, and that's why he was like, hey, go back. Guaranteed. That dude knows more about
Oh,
Lincoln sense. I thought I knew a lot, and no. Well, no, I don't even think I know a lot, honestly. I know quite a bit, and I know there's
I'm a
even
novice.
more that I don't know.
You know he told me and I'm pretty sure he makes a living out of BU pennies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he
and
does.
he literally goes out and finds the best mint state. He tries to go 67 or higher, nothing lower than that, and then he
See,
turns those in to sell back to the dealer or whoever
he,
he plans. But I want to pick his brain, and
he doesn't
he's willing to show online.
he doesn't really generally go out and buy them a whole lot. These are ones that he has literally been hoarding and collecting and saving since the 1960s. We're talking original bank wraps that he has put aside since the 60s. And these are the ones that he's going through. Literally, I mean, he's taken good care of them. And what does he has? He has 1,800 pounds of old copper that are in BU bankrolls, or most of it is. Yeah, and this is stuff that he has collected since he was young, since the 60s. And somebody recommended that he buy them up and he hang on to them and save them for something. What did he say? He said save them for 40 to 50 years. So he did, and now that's how he makes his living, is going through these BU rolls of pennies that are super rare now.
I went to a coin shop in Fresno, which is the largest city between Sacramento and Bakersfield.
Right.
And I went in there to see the prices, just see what I could buy. There was nothing there I could buy. Almost everything in there, Morgan's, were like $800 to $1,200 each. I went to the other nothing but dollar bills. It was silver certificates, and they wanted. Don't quote me, but I think there was a set of four for about $120, and I thought that was kind of steep. I went to another where it was four bills. I'm sorry, four bills separate, and they're $5 silver certificates. And I can't remember what the price right now, but it was pricey. It kind of gave me a price shock, you know. And then in their junk silver or what they had extra 2x2s,
Right.
and I'm going. I mean, each of them was $2. Didn't matter, you know. They had them in different denominations. They had one tray of pennies, one tray of nickels, one tray of dimes, one tray of quarters, and I didn't see any 50 cent pieces, just under a quarter. But they were pricey too. I said, then there's a guy behind the counter on the other side going through bags of pennies.
Right.
So I was trying to ask him what was he doing. I said, well, he's looking for key dates. He's looking for um, what else did they say? Oh, AMs for the 92s and the 2000 98s and 99s. He's looking for repunch marks. I mean, not repunch, double dies. And he's
Yep.
looking for things that he knows that is quick. But he was going so fast, I don't see how he could have done it. But it took like 2 seconds for every one of them.
You learned. Look at that one.
Oh yeah. Is that on nickel?
Yeah. I don't even know what year. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm just kind of. I have a couple bins. 64D RPM.
You know, Rich told me to look for a 67 because it's not listed on the gray sheets for full step 67s. That would be a price you can make up on your own. Not make your own, but it'd be pretty pricey. Let's put it that way.
Give me 2 seconds. Where is it?
You got a 67?
Oh,
You got a full step.
I don't remember. Let me find it. It's right up here somewhere. Unfortunately, I have so many coins just kind of hanging out here. I have to be really careful with how I go through it. Because now the 67, I swear to God, I put it. Huh. Yeah, booty. 67, what? Does it have to be a Denver?
Do you know something? I don't think he said anything about the mint mark.
No.
But he
67 is not going to have a mint mark. I'm a dumbass.
Okay, that's right. So 67 with full steps.
I might need to. I don't think it's full steps. Hold on. Let me get this scope adjusted a little bit. All right. Get that underneath there. Focus. Focus. All right. Well, no, she's got dings.
Yeah, but he said that if that was dings from the mint, then it doesn't count against it.
Well, what do you think of that one?
I see two.
That was actually pulled out in coin roll hunting.
Well, I showed mine 63D with oh.
Let me turn that light down a little.
I was gonna say, yeah, it just bleached everything out. Yeah, I see two. Rich was saying the more steps and more value. So
Right.
you see some value there. And all those are if those are all coin marks from dropping into the bin, then those don't count against it.
Yeah, and I think it's a weak strike too, because I mean, look at them bottom steps.
Yeah. Well, you do have a bottom one on the left side of it. On the left side of the steps, about I'd say half the picture going to your right. You see two there, and then one line on the opposite side closest to the stone step going up. Yeah, you see, you got two. You got one more over here on this side, on the far right.
Look inside the top right side of that doorway.
Top right side of the doorway.
Yeah. Our right.
All right. Okay. Looks like, is that an extra
It's like
column?
it's extra metal.
Yeah. So you got to. I thought cuts only it happened on the rim.
Do
Wow.
what?
No. Tilt it again one more time. No, right there. Yeah, you sure
Okay.
do.
There's another one I found today. Where did I put it? Oh my goodness. You'll like this one if I can find it. Oh no, what did I do with it?
The
It
only
would
way I
be
can find mine is I put them in 2x2s real quick. I'm gonna get some flips. I think those are easier to use.
man, if I was to take a picture of my desk right now, um, even Peavy would probably have a coronary.
Oh, jeez. I've seen
Yeah,
that sometimes.
it's that bad actually. Um, we're talking if I don't move stuff carefully, there could be some serious coin damage. No, wait, no, is it that one? Is that the 2019? That might be it. Hold on. Let me see here. But yeah, anyways, this is the 67 overall. Look at the fields. This thing is just jamming. I'm thinking I I would have to ask opinions of a couple other people, but this thing would almost get. Let me flip it over because I think
MS,
this came out of an S. This thing has such crazy luster on it, but not much wear on the cheek. Definitely later dye stage because you can tell the abrasion there. But I mean, no major strikes anywhere. Look at that crispy 67, the crispy star. Everything's just beautiful. Even the rim, even that rim is just pristine. And this came out of a roll. I've got a couple marks there on his cheeks.
well, I showed Richard a 63D with such luster. He says, "Turn it around," and I didn't know why. He says, "Bring it up a little bit." So I showed him the. Oh my goodness, the steps.
Yeah, but that's a 2019 Philly, I think.
Oh,
Which
I
no,
thought you were
but
another 67 or something.
oh no, but what I'm actually looking for, I'm gonna have to drop back down. You'll get a kick out of it when you see it. Once I find it, that's
Okay.
gonna be the other. But I'm pretty sure it was on a 2019. And it's not something I've seen before, but it's not something you can deny when you see it. And I don't think it was this one. Is it? No. Where was it? There was there was definitely the impression of, it can't be that one. Okay. Give me a second to look for it. It's one I just found yesterday. So it's got to be right here on top somewhere. Oh, wait. Was it this one? Hold on. Maybe. Yep. Look at that. Do you see it above the circle? Above the bottom archway there?
Bottom archway. Maybe I'm seeing
The
the lights hitting a certain way that I can't really make out the detail.
the bottom window that's in the frame right now.
Okay.
Okay? Look above it. The triangle.
Yeah, I see that.
That's a double die of that.
Oh shoot.
That's on a 2017 Philly, man.
How did you?
And those were the steps or that's the steps on it. Some dings and messed up, but how did I see that?
Yeah.
I'm a freak. I'm a freak, and I scope all my coins too close.
Now that
But
you
yeah,
mentioned, I can see it now.
oh yeah, you can't miss it. I sat here
It's
for probably I sat here for probably 10 minutes looking at the entire coin before I decided that it was actually what I thought it was.
You can actually see the inside of the triangle.
Yeah. Now I haven't been able to find anything else significant. Um, I mean that one's obvious damage. There's no. I mean it's kind of a beat up coin. Definitely circulated.
Yeah.
I haven't found any other indication of other doubling. And God knows I've been looking. But okay, see now. Remember what I was showing you on the other one though.
Uh-huh.
Side of that door. I believe that's a. If I wait, that was. Oh, hold on. Let me flip it again. We'll show it up this close. This is that 67. It's almost. Well, maybe it's. Now it's hard to tell. It looks like extra metal, like a die chip almost in the top right.
Right. I see it.
Yeah. But it's now that's something that I spotted from really, yeah, see, and it's not on this one. You go over to the 29th. This is also what I spent a while looking at. Is throwing other nickels underneath here trying to find out if that was a design feature.
Right.
Yeah, but there it is. I was so shocked when I found that. I still haven't even looked it up to see if it's a thing.
I was going to ask you, did you look it up yet to see if it's a DD of something or any kind of indication it's a found item?
I haven't even looked. Honestly, I just remembered it while we were sitting here talking about stuff because I don't know if you remember Cunning Oak was one of the kids that was in my house but he was actually he had a YouTube presence.
Yep.
Okay, well, oh my gosh. I don't let me forget what I was about to talk about. But
Okay.
now that I'm studying it more, look
Uh-huh.
from the outer corners of the triangles, you can actually see the door rail or the window rail. Yeah, the door rail.
Yeah, you
Hold on.
can.
Isn't that crazy? Wait.
Right there. Right. Hold. No, go back. Down. There. I see it.
Yeah, both sides.
Go up to the left and just slightly up. Yep.
That's neat.
You found something good there, Di.
I'm hoping it's something new. That'll be even cooler. Even not. I mean,
No. It could be because I don't remember anybody ever saying anything about it, that type of formation above that window.
that's weird. Seeing my head's racing over what would cause that. What would cause that in the die making process? If man, was it really struck that far off and when that die was made?
Well, the thing is that wouldn't some damage occur where the posts will come down from each side of the door into the window?
Well, no, check this out. For that to be lined up like it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is actually perfectly lined up if you look straight down. Same with the rails. My best guess is
Okay.
that when this die was initially struck, uh, okay, I don't know if you've ever seen Ken Peavy describe it, but from the point of master die to the actual die, there are several different processes. So when this die that was used for this series was struck initially, it had to be struck. I mean, what is that? An 8/16 of an inch?
If that.
That, but it had to be actually struck that far off initially, and then repositioned, and then with the final strike punched in there, and it almost covered it completely up, which would because of how deep the impression is going to be into that die.
Too bad I don't have a cursor that I could show you where I'm looking at, where the column comes down and where it ends, because it doesn't go into the window. But on the left side of the triangle, you can actually see the doorway.
Yeah, you can on the right side too. Hold on, let me get that's because I saw it on the right side more prominently at first.
You know, I only see on the left side, but maybe because of the lighting.
Yeah, I'm trying to change that. Let me see. What if oh, hell no. But you definitely saw the left one more prominently there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there. Right there.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, I barely see it from my scope. I mean, from my what do you call it, screen.
Here's one more thing I can do though.
You getting me excited from here? There. Oh.
No, right?
No, when you unfocused it and focused it back, or did something, because it jumped out at me.
Huh.
No, 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 no. Better. Right there. Better.
There.
Nope.
No?
Nuh-uh. Nope. Right there.
Kind of.
I
Now
see.
I need different lighting. Oh, I moved it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But I see the left side more than I do the right side.
If I kick the light up. There. When I flicker that, do you see it?
Yeah, I
You
do.
can see the corner of it.
And it's equally spaced between the left and the right side on the window. It's
Yes.
almost like center.
It's exactly like this is down here.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay, that one's definitely staying on the tray at this point.
I'd put it in a sleeve or something real quick.
Yeah, probably. That'd be wise.
Yeah. And then that way you can identify it a lot faster. I mean, when you pull it out or have to show somebody.
Yeah, actually, what I was saying is Cunning Oak.
Yes.
We were going through nickels that he had picked up, and he told me he was pretty much looking for nickels for his book, and if I found any errors, I could keep them. And I found that one. And I look at pretty much any Philly. I'm gonna scope the back of it because it's a Philly. Yeah, this is super close up on that 67. There's the steps. Probably too bright here.
A little bit.
Whoa, wrong way. Whoop. See, and it's hard to tell what some of this is actual damage, what is.
And how much damage is allowed if it's bag marks?
See, and I'm not sure on that one. I actually have a couple people. I haven't shown this one to Rich. I just remembered this one too. I tend to do that, man. I'll be going through rolls and I'll find something cool, and like a 67 with some steps that's got some crazy. It's a special mint set. It's from a special mint set, 100%. They don't get this shiny without having that designation.
I see stuff there.
I'll find stuff like that. I'll find RPMs, and they just all go in. Like when I pulled out that 64D there, RPM, it's just one of probably 150 coins I have in a box that I've kind of gone through and given a rough designation to, and then tossed in a box to just sort later because I have hunted a whole lot of coins, and I have like my quarter errors. I have at least a couple rolls of state quarter errors. Or
See, I'm not
variety.
I'm not that stage yet. I mean, if it wasn't for the guys in the chat, I wouldn't have picked up this RPM or the Woody. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting comfortable with saying, well, I better look at that coin again, like you do. But if I were you and you had those, I'd stop right now and go back to those coins that you have found errors on it or some kind of distinction that you said that could be an error or a variety. I'd go back and organize those and see if you can make anything out of those.
I'm trying to work to that point, but then I get anxious and I start having panic attacks. And just because of stress levels and stuff, and what calms me quite literally is sitting down with a roll of coin,
Yep.
opening it, and going through and looking for every single one of the 150 varieties and or errors that I'm looking for on any given year range of Lincoln cents or any year range of because I've stuffed my head full of all of this, so much of this knowledge. I'm well, probably one of the very few freaks that has actually taken Shay's list on. Have you ever been to manticcoins.com?
Yes.
Been to the variety list?
I've been to the website, but I didn't know about that part.
Go to varieties. It's a tab. It's a tab on the bottom of his page, and then wait for it to load because it's Google Docs. And once it fully loads, you'll have access to all of his. Well, once you pick what you want the list of. So, like if you're looking for Lincoln cents, you click on that. It'll pop up a Google thing, and
Okay.
and then you just wait for the whole thing to load, and then he's got everything broken down into wheats, memorials, 2009 specific, dot dot dot, so on and so forth.
I'm here on Magic Coin's website now. I'm at Home Shop Info Tools Channel Varieties.
Varieties.
Okay.
I have read.
Variety.
I've read his entire cent list. I've read his entire quarter list. Like literally went through it and read the entire thing.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
Also, half dollars. I've read his entire half dollars. But here's the thing: these lists are very excellent. However, they are incomplete. They're there's a lot of debate on if there's really not any debate. There is no complete listing of all of them. That's why you have Konica. That's why you have Wexler. That's why you have all these different attributing, and different varieties and different errors and different blah 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 blah. Everything has to have so many different numbers. Um, yeah, so there's that one. There's Variety Vista. There's Error, and I've literally gone through and read these. And I mean, I would recommend doing that. And there's a couple more that Ken Peavy recommends that if you can sit down and you can actually read through the descriptions and explanations of, I mean, it breaks down the coin making process so that you understand better how these varieties and errors are created.
Well, I'm reading up on just the 58. I'm not sure what it says. What is okay? It says here at the top the date. Mint mark type error. I know that. PUP.
Oh God.
What happened?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm like, now I'm gonna have to actually go there and look.
This gets involved, I tell you. Well, this is great.
Like I said, there's hundreds, thousands of things that are in my head that are quite literally not even a fraction of the information that's out there. There's not, I mean, yeah, for real, literally, there's way more information out there, and I've stuffed so much information in my head at times where I have just massive migraines. But if you take it slower than I tend to, because like I said, I'm gonna throw myself at everything that I do 100%, 110%.
Unbelievable. See, mine's a DOD. Wow. I'm gonna have to read this later because this is way too much for me right now.
Okay, which direction is it? Your
Uh,
double die.
the backside of the D and north.
So you're probably looking at it's not the rotated one, so northeast
No.
or just north?
Let me look at it again. It's northwest and west.
Okay, there's a D over D northwest. Yeah, it shows that there's a northwest there.
Yeah.
Uh WRPM 21. But
M21.
that's on Wexler. So at that point, you would look up the Wexler site and look at pictures.
Uh-huh.
That's how I use this site.
I see. What's Konica? Is that an individual or is that a
That's an
company?
attributed service.
And then Father Staten, that's one of the guys on the cherry pickers.
Yes.
And Brain, Coppercoins
That,
is Detroit, and Crawford.
FS is one of the most recognized designators of coins. And yeah, that's generally listed on a graded coin, isn't it? Or wait, where's that buffalo? No, this is a VP001. Damn it. I've got a 36 S over S Buffalo nickel. NGC graded, but
And
maybe not.
I would have never picked this one out as an RPM because this 1958D, it just looks thicker on the backside of the D. And when I showed it on my scope, they picked it out like 2 seconds, not even 2 seconds. They said, "Oh, wait, go back, go back." And then when I got it back, I was looking at it and going, "Okay, where do these guys see what I don't see?"
Something else to look at on the 58s, just so you know. There's die chips. You'll have a lot of die chips in either the top or bottom of the 8, the 9 possibly, and then also over in the B of Liberty. 57s are really bad on the Liberty die chips.
Nope. I'm looking at the 8, and it's clean on the inside.
That's just a possibility.
Yeah, I'm just reconfirming it. You said 57. You said
57.
I got it.
Well, I mean, that's something that was actually really common in most of the 50s. That's where your BIE, your buy errors. Have you heard of that one?
Yes, BIEs. Yes.
So that's the 50s pennies were super well known for that. And so pretty much die chipping anywhere. If you're looking for anywhere in lettering, anywhere in the numbering, there's a possibility of die chips on these Wheaties.
I'm looking at
Reavers.
a bunch of 59s, 57s, 55 here. 56.
Let
Man,
me see.
that's got a gouge. Well,
I'm trying to. I have a really cool. There it is. All right. Uh-oh, that's not what I want. StreamYard side so I can see what I'm doing. All right. Whoa, come back here. Look at that bad boy.
Dang.
This is, I believe, I'll have to double check it in a second, but this is a 1955S. And that's actually a really well-known die crack and cud. This is a later stage where it's actually a full retained cud on part because you can tell it's shifted.
A 55. Let's see. I'm looking at that list. It shows RPM, RPM, RPM. Northeast side.
Yeah, the die crack goes clear up there to that part of the wheat.
Yeah.
Down the way to the rim there.
I see
and then
it.
there's cud. Yeah, it's pretty. This part's a retained cud. That's actual cud. that's the cool part, is the cud itself is actually on the inside, and the retained part of the cud is outside the piece of the die that broke away.
I see it right there. Yeah.
That just, I don't know. That's one of the cooler ones I personally found. Now, that's my problem, is I find weird stuff like this supremely entertaining. My favorite thing I've found on a 2009, what is it? Is it Formative Years where he's on the log?
Yes. Or
Okay.
the presidential, or the log cabin, or the legislative one.
Right. No, I'm talking Lincoln log.
Okay.
I have found several of the extra thumbs, but my absolute favorite two that I have found, one is a die chip dead center on the end of the log, big as day. It looks like it's the bowl that's the center of the log, but it's obviously it's a die chip, extra metal and everything. And then the other one is a die crack that runs straight down through the middle and then out over to the rim of the coin. And they're both on 2009 Denvers.
Wow.
And I think all of the extra thumbs that I found have been on Phillies.
I remember that because I've got a whole 4 bottles, nothing but 2009s. I just picked 2009. I did log cabin, put it in one. I see it Lincoln on a log. I put it in that one. So I got 4 full jars, nothing but 2009s.
Don't discount your Denvers as being clean, because those I've found several of the Denvers that have issues. Generally, die cracks or die chips. And like I said, that's part of my problem here, dude. I seriously have a little, those buckets that a Tetra, not a Tetra, a Beta comes in from Walmart.
Right.
I have one of those half full of Lincoln cents, nickels, quarters, and half dollars that I have found some issue with or another, that are a variety or an error, that are is basically my to go through pile. And that sits in with the box that I told you that I just have, the ones that I actually have written it down and put it in a flip, or half of them aren't even in a flip. They're in a little plastic baggie. But I just keep finding them, and they're just everywhere. And I kind of get overwhelmed by it all, honestly, half the time.
Wow.
But I don't have the flips to actually do that. I literally have probably at least 500-600 coins at least that I've found errors and varieties on that would have to go into flips. At the very least. And that's before I go to clean off my desk.
Wait, Funky Egg, how you doing? And Harvey Birdman Stacker, how you doing this morning, guys?
Oh, hey, Midnight.
He's over. He's asking about the double DVD or RPMs. Actually, we're looking at both.
Yeah, and like you said, Wexler's and Variety Vista are good ones. And I like to use Shays because he references the parts that he does have actually completed. He has like you saw, the references to the different Wexler Konica. But Variety Vista is a really good one because it shows you pictures. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting those things too. I need to start organizing, getting some supplies. Coin Junkie, how you doing? Welcome to my channel, guys. Glad to see you here. We got 9 people in the room. Oh, I forgot. It's 8 o'clock somewhere in the United States, so you guys must have been up early. I haven't been to bed yet.
I just remembered another one. We were just discussing it the other day, and it was brought up to a bunch of us in a chat. PCGS, I think it's PCGS Coinfax, and it's free. And if the pictures are there, they're generally really high quality pictures, and they're records of, if they have the pictures, it's records of anything that PCGS has attributed. So you'll have a lot of your errors and varieties that you can find on there, that you'll have real good pictures for a reference. But that,
hey, John's here.
Like I say, that's generally on your really big cherry pickers guide style varieties and errors. They have to be pretty major and sought after for PCGS to attribute it.
He said, Coin Junkie Silver says to look up copper coins is another good one.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Jeep and John, how you been this morning?
Hey, Jeep and John. Uh-oh. It is morning, isn't it? Oh, I bet that sun's going to come up eventually.
Yeah, I need to get to bed. I'm supposed to pick up my mom today at 1.
Hey, I'm not sure what I plan on doing. I'm playing with coins.
I'm looking at these Wheaties and looking at the list, but getting coffee in me, yeah, I should be going. I should be going because it's 5 o'clock over here, almost 5 o'clock in the morning over here in California. Jeep and John says he's getting a cup of coffee right now in him, so he must have had a good night's sleep. Got 8 people here all this time. It's awesome.
Right on.
So you know something? I just noticed right now that my 2009 Lincoln on the log, it's my first Philadelphia. Yep, it's a Philadelphia.
Nice.
That means I can put on my book. It's the only one I don't have.
Is it a double thumb?
No, I already checked. Yeah, it's not double thumb.
Those ones are cool. I haven't found 2 that are alike yet.
Yeah, why is that? If it's the same, it's got to be different dies then.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is there's so many. I think there's like 45 or 46 different die varieties of the extra thumb, and it's called the extra thumb, but that die chip can be anywhere in that region of the hand.
Exactly.
And I've found a couple of cracks in that region of the hand.
I'm doing fine, Jeep and John. You want to join the stream?
But okay, here's one. When I was doing the Die Crack King stuff, part of that was I was actually starting to be able to actually identify the different die cracks, and was starting to put together a couple different sets of like the die progressions of a certain die crack in the different years. And I had a couple different progressions for different die sets even, which was kind of crazy. And then I got really hard up, and pretty much all of those went straight to the bank. So
you lucky son. And the smoke. That must be good living there, son.
Hey man, having a weekend off is freaking nice and rare for me.
Rare, yeah. I remember how many days you've been working.
Well, I got off for a couple of days so I can go get some family business take care of, and I bought a bunch of boxes of quarters. So my next schedule is, let's see here. I don't know when my next day off is.
Oh shoot!
So I got through this next week, the week after, there's no scheduled days off, and then I don't know what's after that.
Are you working 8 or 10-hour days?
I work 8 to 12. 8 to 12 hour days. It all depends.
Well, in my younger days, I used to work 10 to 12-hour days, 6 days a week.
Well, my last position here, before they shut the department down, I was working 7 days. I worked 7 days a week for over a year, and I was working 12, 16, 12, 16, 12, 16, like that constantly.
Dang.
I was bringing I get paid weekly, so I was bringing over 2,000 a week home.
Nice.
So money was good.
It's
a lot of stuff.
It's a nice paycheck, but it is brutal on you.
Hey, yeah, but you pay a lot of stuff off. I paid my Jeep off like a couple years early. I bought it freaking. That's what I did everything to it. I did a lift on it, and I did all my mods to it.
That's cool.
I used to climb cell towers, and when we were off the ground, we did it, in other states and stuff. So we'd be on the job, and we would 7 days a week, sun up to sundown, until that tower's done. And the beauty of it, we were making $55 an hour off the ground in most of those states. And so those were, insanely huge checks, very awesome. But man, that was brutal. Those were long hours. I don't miss that part of it. I don't miss how I didn't even have time to even enjoy any of that money. Because we never had days. We would have 4 days off at home and then be out for another 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Making that kind of money though, you get a lot of stuff paid off. I mean, I have my house paid off in another 7 years now. I mean, I've paid a lot of stuff off.
All right.
Hey, JP John, I just paid my house 3 weeks ago. Paid it off.
It's freaking beautiful, ain't it?
Oh God! But you guys see my wife. She was so happy when we paid it off. We went to the bank together, and we handed over the check, and they gave us the wire billing, and we got it back. And it didn't feel like we really did anything until we got home. We said, "Oh my God, this house is ours. The bank doesn't own a penny of it."
Nice.
Yes.
Well, I have a 12-year go. Everything I'll have, because I just bought her a car, which will be paid off soon. But I have a 12-year go. 55, I want to be done. So I'll liquidate everything I own at 55, and that's why I do a lot of traveling, trying to find places where I want to retire to. So,
what do you think? What do you think right now you'll be?
I've traveled from Honduras up so far. I've been to Roatan and Belize, Cozumel, Grand Cayman, Barbados in March. There's 2 other places I'm going to be visiting, Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. That's my last 2 places. Because after that, I'll probably go to Europe and try to look over there. Probably more toward the Philippines myself, because it's so cheap to live there.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a lot of family over there too, so it's like it don't bother me where I live, because I got my sister-in-law is Filipino, my stepmom and my brothers are Korean, so I have a lot of family in Korea. My great aunt's Japanese, so I have a lot of family and friends in Japan.
Oh wow!
So like I said, I got my uncle's British, so I have a lot of friends over in Europe, all over Europe.
Well, my next door neighbor just last week invited me to go to India with him.
That's cool. I know a lot of Indians, and a lot of them over here, man, are really freaking nice. But India, gotta be really careful where at. It can be quite dangerous.
Oh yeah, try going to Mexico.
I don't go to Mexico anymore.
My whole family is in Michoacan, and my cousins go there. We're supposed to go in December, but things kind of fell through, and a few things came up, and so we're going to plan for next December, because I'm trying to go through. I do genealogy for the family, and most of my uncles and cousins and everybody else is from one town, and they're married to people from the same town. So I may be going there for a job as, researching them, because my aunt is the recorder for the church archives for all the deaths and marriages and baptisms and everything you can think of. So we're going to go there for 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
That's cool. My dad did a lot of ours. That we got like I said, it's weird because I kind of do both sides of my family. My mother's side's Irish, my dad's side is Scottish, which my dad's side is not as old as my mother's side coming to the States. Now the Irish side, my mom's side, they were they have a state park after them because they were some of the first settlers in Kentucky.
Okay, cool.
Now my dad's side actually came to the States a lot later on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's how I got my name. My last name's Roberts, because they actually changed it twice. Because it was McRobertson, then they started doing paperwork. They came over and McRoberts. Then it was just McRoberts, or was it? No, it was McRobertson. Then McRoberts. Then it was like Roberts.
If you don't mind my asking, what's the Irish name?
Huh? Hensley.
Okay. I'm just curious. O'Neill and we came over way back when, over there on the East Coast too.
So, yeah, a lot of us came through New York.
And my family, in searching back, my family never left North America.
That's cool.
I think
ours goes all the way back to being Welsh, I believe.
Now, forgive my ignorance, but isn't Welsh in the same area as the Scottish and the Irish?
Yeah. Actually, there's a subcategory that the English did. It's actually Scot-Irish.
Scot-Irish, okay.
Yeah, actually the English, they took people from Scotland and Ireland and made an area for them and made them breed, because the Irish were slaves to the crown and everybody else, and they were kind of treated worse than that sometimes, so they actually had made like I said, a Scot-Irish group. It's kind of weird learning the history of it, because there's so much, because American history, only goes back so far. Yeah. You're talking about the European nations, it goes back to writing and everything else. It's crazy. The worst part about a family tree is fires.
Yeah.
It's always been a fire in a courthouse somewhere, a record somewhere, and it just gets really hard.
Well, back in '77, my dad was trying to file for some VA benefits, and they said there was a fire in St. Louis where the VA national records were at for certain people on the West Coast, and he couldn't file for any benefits because all those records burned. That's what my dad's same reaction. My dad said the same thing.
You see what I mean? I understand that.
Yeah.
It just so happens that we can't give anything because we can't prove nothing.
Records are 35 years old, 40 years old. You can't fight them anymore.
Yep. I was like, do I need to bring pictures of my squad? Do I need to, what's it going to take? Do you want my dog tags? There's got to be some kind of transcript somewhere else.
Well, the only problem with my dad's unit has got wiped out.
Oh.
There's only 5 lives left of his unit.
Jeez.
Yeah.
My whole family was military too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The only reason I didn't go in, because my family was all military, I wanted to go in infantry medic. And they kept promising me, hey, we're going to you want to be a medic? We're going to make you a medic, blah, blah, blah. They kept giving me the runaround saying, yes, we're going to do it. But when it comes to contracts, because you sign a contract with the government, the military, they would never put it in writing. And my family, like I said, is all military, said, look, if they don't put it in writing, you don't freaking sign it. And so they kept giving me the runaround. I did I did all the tests and everything like that. I was good to go. And when it came down to it, at the very end, I did think of one swear in, and they brought that other contract to me, and it still wasn't in there. I just walked away. I was like, look, y'all ain't gonna put it in. I'm not signing. Trust me, we're gonna give it to you. I was like, look, my whole family's military, and I got Army, Navy, freaking, I got every branch in my family, and they tell me if it ain't in a contract, you don't freaking sign it. I never did. But boy, man, those recruiters were pissed off too.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They didn't make their quota or their recruiting goals.
Yeah, exactly. And they do. And a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
They have to have so many people. And that's why recruiters it's a real hard job to try to convince, especially nowadays with all these freaking snowflakes.
Hey, I'm the one teaching them right now to go in the service. And I tell them, you guys not going to make it. You're going to be a pull trigger. That's all you're going to be doing.
Yep. They asked me, I was medical at the time. I worked at the hospital in surgery when I was going to go in. And they asked a recruiter, he's like, so why do you want to join the military? I was like, I'm tired of saving lives. I want to take a few. They just looked at me like, what the fuck?
Nice.
Section 8.
But,
that's actually one thing that intrigued me, is it had to do with my psychological evaluations.
But I really wanted to go in, but like I said, I wanted to go medical because I had, a lot of years experience in it. And that's something I always wanted to do. I mean, I would have been combat medic. They wanted infantry. They always try to get you to go infantry, especially in the Army.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, I was, but they wouldn't let me. I mean, like I said, they wouldn't put it in the contract. I'd still probably be retiring right now.
Well, I heard about the place. My cousins were all going to Vietnam in '65 when I was in first grade, or was that kindergarten? I forget what it was. And by the time I was a senior, I had to sign up for the draft. And all my cousins were coming back and telling me, don't go. Don't be signing up. It's not a good place to go. My dad said, no, you're going to go sign up. If you do, you're going to sign up and you're going to pull your own,
Yeah.
And that was April. And by June, I was graduating. And I had my papers all ready to go. And all of a sudden, the year before, they sent me a letter, but I didn't get it until late and didn't have to sign up. So I got my number and I got my 1A draft notice.
Yep.
And war ended.
I didn't fill all that out. Do you still got to do that anymore? I don't even know. It's been so long. Because I know when I was 18, I had to do it.
Last December 2018, even women have to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I think I needed it for the post office.
Yeah.
Because I was applying for a post office job and they wanted to know my enlistment number and all that good stuff.
So then I didn't get to go, but a recruiter called me and said, hey, tell you what, your scores are high enough that we can promise you OCS if you take basic now, and as soon as you pass basic, we can ship you off to OCS. And I said, no thanks. Bye.
I tell you what, if you want to go anywhere, you could go Air Force.
I actually originally wanted to fly for Navy.
My wife wanted to go in, but she wanted to be a helicopter pilot. And back then, they wouldn't let women be pilots, so she didn't get to go.
See, and I messed my knees up, and on top of that, I'm too tall, and I have glasses. So they told me pretty much I could fly helicopters, or I could fly larger, like the C-130s or whatever, but I could not fly jets like I wanted to. And it was kind of a moot point anyways, because my psyche valves came back. It's just not coherent. Yeah, I wasn't good with authority. Never have been good.
Well, that's cool. When I was growing up, my dad, he lived in Europe. And so it was like we had to go. I lived right next to Fort Knox. So I used to go to the PX and everything. I had to go get my military cards and stuff like that as a kid at Fort Knox. And that was really cool to go to because they had the Patton Museum and all the tanks and everything there because, So it was really cool going to visit there. That's what got me kind of hooked when I was a kid, seeing all that stuff.
See, my grandma worked in Miramar when I was really little, like 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. She was GS-13 on Miramar, which means she was like super high up civilian or whatever. I don't know. I just remember going to work with her and actually seeing Top Gun years before the movie ever come out, and just knowing and the Blue Angels, and just growing up with Navy pilots, on a Navy base, seeing those Navy pilots, that had me hooked. I wanted to be a Navy pilot. And then it didn't happen.
My stepdad was Navy. He was on the SS Saratoga aircraft carrier. I don't even think that's even commissioned anymore. I think I got decommissioned.
Yeah, I got a really good buddy of mine that a couple of years ago he finally got out, but he was on the is it the Vincent Battle Group, the Stinson Battle Group, something like that, out of Washington.
Holly, enough. I even got me a patent dog.
You did, really? Yeah, that's right. You got the picture of the dog there.
Hey, Holly.
Yeah.
Holly. Holly. What are you doing? What are you doing?
They're called terriers. Aren't they called terriers?
Yeah, it's a bull terrier.
Yeah.
But she's a mini bull terrier. I couldn't imagine having a standard, a real size one. Oh, Jesus Christ.
What's the weight on this dog?
She's not very big, but she's solid.
30 pounds?
35 to 40 pounds, yeah.
Yeah.
But she is thick, man.
I raised Dobermans.
My first dog was a Doberman. He's look at that tail. Hey, Holly.
I have a 4.5 foot ball python.
Oh, thanks.
Actually, my last thing, when she passed away, she was a bit over 9 feet long, and she lived in my bedroom, not in a cage.
How long did she live?
I don't know. I know I had her for like 4 years. She was a boa constrictor imperiator, because when I got her, she was at 7.5 feet long, and so I figured she was going to top out around 8, and then she passed 8, then she passed 9, and so I had to reevaluate. And then one day she ended up escaping out of the room through one of the windows. She was smart enough to pull the stick bracing locks out of the windowsills and then pop the window open, and she got out the wrong window of the bedroom, and I think she snapped her spine falling. But,
wow.
Yeah, it was pretty sad, but she was one of the sweetest snakes I've ever met. She loved my kids, actually loved pets. And not as food. She knew the difference between food and not food.
Hey, leave it.
So, John, how many boxes of cores did you get, and how many do you think you'll get out of the boxes for W's?
Let's see. I think we picked up 11 boxes. Let's see here. 7 of them was all San Antonio. 1 of them was all Guam, and the other ones were circulated boxes, which we actually found some in those. I'm down to 2 boxes to go through. Dodge has got, I think he's down to 1 box. I think the total so far of just straight out of the San Antonio, we have 65 San Antonio so far.
I haven't found one. Not one.
So, but I think Dodge is going on the next trip. They're going to go down to Nashville and probably Nashville to Memphis, back and forth, hitting up banks and trying to get more.
I wish I had the fundage to do that, because I tell you what, here in Kingman, I haven't seen, and I've got people at a couple banks actually watching The merchant
Well, it
tells
helps to have a
and
partner.
they're not seeing the uncirculated rolls at this point.
Like I said, it helps to have a partner because we pull all our money together and we pretty much split a lot of stuff down in the middle. So, you know, instead of the 6 boxes I could have just got myself, you know, I was able to double that. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's really nice to have somebody to help work with you. Like I said, even if you only have enough for 1 box, that's all you need. All you need is start ordering it from all the different banks, get home, go through it, send it back, or exchange it for the next one, blah, blah, blah. I think that's how I started.
I tell you what, we were actually talking about this earlier. My W's that I was finding when I had the money to have the boxes, the W's that I found during that time are the only thing actually sustaining me right now is my eBay sales on them and then the wheels that I'm doing with Cajun.
The first boxes I started doing because I was hitting so many West Points. I have, like I said, I have 24 rows right now of West Points. So you take the 24 rows and the average of what I was selling and make them at, which is 700. That's $16,000, 800 sitting on my dresser.
Jeez.
Nice.
So
Really
that's an average of what I was selling. And of course, I keep finding more and more. I mean, like when they had that box of Guams, I could have said no. I want San Antonio. No, I was like, no, they still West Points in them. I'm taking them.
Yeah.
So
I just need to get caught up, you know, on my bills and then get a little bit ahead enough to start getting. And you're right. I was built up to where I was doing 2 or 3 boxes a week, but then everything kind of snowballed on me, and the financing wasn't there anymore, and it all went to bills. And
hey,
now
I paid off credit cards with these quarters, buddy.
I bet, and I was on my way to that when things kind of fell apart. And I pretty much wasn't able to search really anymore. Not like I was. Not going up to Bullhead and getting boxes, going over to Fort Mojave like you guys are going different places. That's how I got
and that's one of the things I always talk about. It's like, y'all think I just go to my local bank and just pick up boxes and I'm just loaded. No, we traveled to Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. We've been down to Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee. You know, I mean, we put the freaking work in to find them. Now, I have been lucky. The most I found, I mean, I had that 1 box.
96.
I had 199 West Points in 1 box.
Whoa. Wow.
That's the biggest box I found.
And what are they going for right now? On average?
I don't know. Because I quit selling.
They go anywhere between $12 and $15 raw, all day long. You just got to wait for them to sell, and they'll sell. I'll drop down if, like I was saying earlier, Hector. If I need the cash quick, I'll drop them down a bit just to sell them quick. But
right.
Unfortunately, at this point, I'm pretty much out of all those raw ones.
Well, if you figure on a quarter, you're getting $12. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, how much?
Where a lot of people, you know, you got to separate yourself from a collector and being a seller. I mean, I've sold them cheaper than I know what I could get them for. But then again, as a seller, I'm like, at face value, look how much I just made off $10.
Right.
You know, so it's like,
and that's why I did so many giveaways with them, because honestly, it was really cool to get them out into the community, because there was a lot of people who weren't, and there's still a lot that don't
have one.
I know.
I have people emailing me constantly.
I've done a lot of giveaways, and that was part of it. It was cool. And really, what do I have invested into that but a quarter in postage? And it gets it into somebody and might start somebody collecting and get their interest into coins. You know, that was the part I thought was cool. It wasn't the potential value of it. It was the fact that I literally had 25 cents into it. So what does it hurt me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that, trust me, we got a coin show coming up, and I have a lot of ones that are slabbed early discovery and first week.
Nice.
So I might be going there doing some trades and stuff like that, maybe. But we still got that error one that we just, like I said, we like Dodge said on the stream, it's sitting in the safe though. we're gonna wait till everything's over with, and then we might get with Heritage or Coin Collections or whatever and see what we kind of value and get out of it, because it's in West Point error. You know what I mean? It's not your typical P or D error.
Right. Well, see, and I know they're not quite as cool as the West Point, but I've got two greaser errors that are Denver American Memorial Parks. One of them's pretty extreme.
You should see one Darren found, and it's like a black beauty.
Really?
With the grease still on it?
The BU freaking row, man. This thing is like, what the hell happened to it type thing, Yeah. Then they found a blank planchet in a row too.
Oh, nice. But is it grease that's on the coin that's making it the black beauty, or is it? Because like with my greasers, the grease was still on it, and it was black.
I was there.
It was black, and I wiped the shit off. And oh my goodness, yeah, I kind of once I realized what had just happened, I almost shat myself.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, because I was there right. I came on your stream right after you did that. I was like, oh no, you should have left it alone.
John,
but it's still cool. It's still a Denver greaser error, and it's crazy. And then the other one I found is it wasn't as defined as like with that hole that the one had, but it's more spread out, and it was the same thing. The grease was still on it. And yes, I wiped it off. But that's because PV told me I could. That's
like not a little tree in the morning for breakfast.
Good thing it was dry.
No, I've got trees down all in my backyard where I've cut.
Oh, did you finish cutting those trees you said you were doing last week?
Actually, when I went out of town, Dodger 455. I didn't know he came over. So we came back in town, and of course we didn't get home till like 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. By the time we got home, so it was like unload all these boxes of quarters, went straight to the house and crashed. Because I mean, literally 3 days of hardly any sleep at all, because it was basically driving, taking care of business, and going to banks. And so the next day we got up, and she's all looking outside. She's like, "Somebody cut our trees up." I'm like, what? I look outside, everything was cut up, stacked nice. And I was like, did somebody cut the grass too? I looked out front, somebody done cut our grass, cut our trees up. I'm like, damn, we need to go out of town.
That's funny.
So I was like, I messaged Dodger. I was like, did you cut our trees? He's like, yeah, I was bored.
I'm kidding. Oh my God.
I'm like, damn, we need to get bored more often. So yeah, they got them all cut up. We got most everything burnt that was on our deck. We're gonna reload it up and start some more bonfires.
Oh yeah.
But the really cool thing about it is Donna, which is my mother-in-law, Dodger's wife, she's now all up into the coins, because you gotta understand, she's an accountant. She's all about money, numbers, and stuff like that. She's seen how much we've made off of them. And now she's all aboard. She's searching roles now. She's all part of it. She's loving it.
Well, I got my my grandson's father into it because he was day trading. I mean, he's making some money on it, but it's pennies, on each share. 3% of this, 3% of that, 4% of this, and it's it takes a longer to get the money that one coin that you can get for $12 or even $10.
Yeah,
I mean, he'll make that on the stock, but it'll take 400 to buy to make $10. So I told him about a few things, and I showed him on YouTube, and he started seeing you, John, and Rich Kelly, and he started looking up other guys that were on the channels, and he goes, dang, are you telling me that might be full steps? That's how much that nickel would be, or the W thing. He was just saying, "Oh my gosh, I got to get into this."
And it's crazy. Like Dodge said last night, this is like the one hobby you can have a ton of money and still be broke.
Yeah, I just quoted him on that today.
It's crazy. And Dodge is the one that got me into this, and it all happened because I bought him a gun safe because I have one, and I was buying guns and stuff once in a while, and I got it's like, dude, I ain't buying any more guns, man. You need a safe. And well, I just so happened to run into another gun safe. Actually, his buddy, we sold his house for him. He had a big gun safe because he was moving to Florida. So I got his safe, and I was like, before we brought it home, I was like, Dodge really needs one. So I was like, let's go ahead and just give it to him. So then he started loading up with all his stuff, and he started finding his old coins. And I was like, then he started going through them, and he started showing me. It's like, hey, and then he got back into it. Then he drugged me into it. But what got me is we went to a coin show together, my first one. And of course, I didn't know anything at coins. It's like, okay, they're round. That's a quarter, blah, blah. I don't know nothing about die cracks, varieties, or all that crap. So I was like, okay, cool. But what got me was I do, living history, ancient immersed living history. So when I went to the coin show, they had other stuff but coins, and I saw a thing called a fibula. And I was like, I knew exactly what it was because I have a few, and I'm like, hey, that's freaking awesome. So the first thing I bought from a coin show was actually a fibula and not even a coin. But then I realized, hey, there's ancient coins here, of course, Irish coins and stuff. I was super excited, and it's been on the freaking row ever since.
I was a collector when I was in Boy Scouts, and that was 45 years ago. And I started getting my coin badge, and my dad was collecting before, and he was collecting since the 1930s. And he had books. He had Danco books even then. So I got started with him.
I need to get in touch with I need to talk to a Rich Cali, because if he has all these pennies, which I know he does, because I really would love to start a penny collection of BU rolls.
You can talk to him. I know he doesn't really like getting rid of full rolls, yeah. But I know you can approach him. I mean, he's a very approachable guy. I
talk to him all the time.
Yeah, I know I've seen a couple people approach him with that one, and he's generally, if you're looking for individual coins, he's happy to hook people up. But as far as his full rolls, that's kind of his bread and butter.
Well, I found a guy that's selling BU rolls, PDs, and all of it, each one, for the whole set from 1958 to present for like $700.
Oh. What about Wheatie rolls? See, that's what I really want to get a hold of some BU Wheatie rolls that aren't going to break the bank.
I have 3. But it's like, then you got to stop yourself from opening them rolls because of, some years have the variations and stuff like that, the double dies and all that you got to fight yourself the temptation of actually opening and looking for.
But see, that's the problem. That's why I want them. I want them to open them to find the Primo 68, 67, 68, 69 coin that maybe doesn't have a variety, but also to look for some of those varieties in an MS state. I mean, you're talking, there's a serious return.
Well, that's why I look at it as a long-term investment. You hold off to that. You don't want to do it right away. That's one of those things I would hold off until, like, when you're ready to be done.
Right. See, and that's kind of like, I don't buy coins. I just don't. I can't spend money on coins. I will buy rolls.
You just win stuff off people's streams. That's how you get your collection going.
I won't deny that. I have won some cool ass stuff.
You won something last night on ours.
Did I? What did I win?
Didn't you win Cajuns? Dime?
I did. That's right.
See? Look, he got stuff coming you don't even know.
memory's slipping on me. Well, it's been because I don't really go into a whole lot of giveaways anymore. It's mostly I mean, if it's a number one and I happen to be there, then yeah, I'll throw a guest or two in or something. And if I win, then cool. If not,
I was going to do one last night. I was like, y'all ready for a giveaway? The only person replied yes. I was like, I guess only one person wants it, so they get it. So it was me.
nice.
They gave me proof dime.
I mean, like I said, I'm not really anywhere for giveaways. I've won a few. The biggest one that I got was the Big Show. That was a serious one. That one jump started a big part of my collection.
The Big Show, that'll be on tonight. I'll be on there. I want to try to win that pack, man. That thing is just insane.
It's always good. I mean, I got let me see. The one thing that's actually on the wheels that I got from that pack would be that peace dollar, that MS63 1922 peace dollar.
Yeah,
that actually came to me through the Big Show pack.
That's cool.
But other than that, pretty much everything else went straight into my collection or has been passed down in my streams giveaways.
It's crazy because like for me and Dodge, we do a lot of giveaways and we don't even sell anything really yet.
Yeah, see, like that's where I don't have any silver halves really. I used to I don't really have any gold because I did so many giveaways with it, but it was fun. That was the whole point of it. It was fun, and like I said, a lot of it did come from winning giveaways or a $10 donation to $50 make you holler, and I'd end up with 4 or 5 silvers, and then so I get those in, and those would go right back out as bonus rolls on my stream or whatever.
Yeah, we've only I don't know how many videos I have. We've only sold ever once, and we were doing West Point quarters, and we did a box. Yeah, exactly, and we were guaranteeing you one. We were actually for $25. You got 2 rows searched, and you actually got a West Point quarter. We had already sitting there for you, so you were guaranteed a quarter for $25, and whatever was in the rows, you got 2. So people were, some people got 2 or 3 of them extra.
Wow.
It was actually, they were American Memorial Parks too.
Yeah, American Memorial Parks. Yep. So
I know because I got one. I got one from you guys.
And you know how many we gave away? Just gave away with the Easter egg hunt?
I know. I get you, dude. I'm serious. I've gone through. I've probably found well over, I mean, I know it doesn't really compare to your numbers, but just personally, I found well over probably 100.
Yeah, we're well over 2,000.
Yeah, see, and I ended up giving at least half of those away.
Yeah.
Oh, just looking at the rolls, pennies, and nickels.
Yeah.
And some of the prices are pretty reasonable. Pennies like $2.50, 70s like that, but geez, some of the 40s, 50s, early 50s.
Now you're looking at that BU row. Look at a low. Do you have any BU rows of low mintage ones?
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm looking at one right now. Let's try. Give me a low mintage penny.
1954.
1954 penny.
It's a key date.
Key date is 54 DBU 1950. 1690.
Now
60.
Imagine a BU row of West Point quarters low mintage.
I know, right?
Quarters.
Yeah, I would really, like I said, I really want to get back into hunting them pretty serious so that I can get the full boxes again and start building up a couple rolls. I would love to.
People got that mindset, their new quarters are going to be out there. And that's why I keep telling them, I was like, something I've learned, that's like, low mintage is low mintage. Nothing's going to ever change that.
Right.
So if that's why we go by how many rows we have, not individually we try to we have so many in a row. We try to fill that up to get that next row complete, because BU rows, imagine 15 years from now, what a BU row of West Point quarters, if whatever the series is going to be worth. It's going to quadruple in price.
I know. That's why, like I said, that's why it's killing me not being able to be, even if I'm not doing it on streams. I would
So
just.
I did the average the other day of how many we have just now, what we have, what the average we were selling them for, and just I quadrupled the price at the average sell price. That comes to like $68,000.
Wow.
And that's just at the low end. I mean, I'm just looking at the low end, and that's even if it quadruples. That's why I did it at a low end price. So that's a lot of freaking money.
Yeah, but you're assuming a lot. Right.
Just by looking at other BU rows and what they go for, yeah. At face value, even.
Oh yeah, it's killing me. I'll get there. I'll get there. Uh-oh. We lost Edgar.
No, my ugly head's bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't going on cam. I look like shit.
At least you don't smell like it.
Yeah, no.
That's Andrew
No,
O'Neill.
I really want to get back to where I'm going to Bullhead, and I'm going up to Vegas, into Nevada, going down to like Parker, going into California, across the bridge from Parker, and getting boxes, because that's how you find them. Number one.
They're getting them
in
San Francisco and Los Angeles?
The River of No Return.
Yeah.
Is the release for the last one?
Thank you. Like the San Francisco and
LA? Yeah, I thought it was LA. Yeah, there's two places right there. Phoenix is one. Yeah, there's the last two are going in this the same spots as the ones that just got released, the San Antonio's. The next one, the River of No Return, are going to be the same reserve, so there's going to be in the same areas too. Alabama,
Same, they're going to be
Little Rock, which I went through on the way back.
I haven't found. Here's the thing, though. I'm right up here by Phoenix, and I have not found a single full roll of War in the Pacific or the San Antonio.
No, they'll have the San Antonios. You just got to hit the banks. You just got to keep going, because they're.
So here's another thing too. Make sure you ask your bank if they're part of the Federal Reserve System.
Yeah, ask your bank if they're part of the Federal Reserve System, because some banks, what they'll do is recycle their own money too.
It's Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
They're part of it.
They're part of it.
Fargo. Wells Fargo Loomis.
Any branch?
Yeah, should be in the branch.
Okay.
You know them.
Just walk into any branch and ask them if they happen to have any new quarters on hand.
You know how many banks we hit? We don't have accounts with. Even.
Yeah, that's funny you say
Wells
that.
Fargo, that's what I was doing. I was going to Bullhead. I was hitting Kingman, Bullhead, Fort Mojave, one bank in Laughlin that's not a Wells Fargo, but they were getting Loomis rolls. And then up into.
Let me give you. Okay, hold up. You want me to give you a hint of what to do to find these?
All the Loomis coins that we just got, all the quarters we just got in Louisiana and Arkansas were from Loomis.
Yep, they're all from Loomis.
I was looking for not Loomis.
So what you do is, my wife, she's the one that figured this out. Go on eBay, do an area search, and that area, they have West Point quarters for sale. That's the area you want to hit. If there's nothing in that area for sale, that means there is none.
Right. Just because Phoenix is distributing them doesn't mean they're in Phoenix. They could be going to towns 50 miles from Phoenix to fulfill their quarter orders.
Yep.
Well, right. So when the American Memorial Parks were coming out heavy, I was getting crazy boxes of them up here in Bullhead. I didn't even have to go further than Bullhead and Kingman. I was getting them right here. All I could handle. But
I haven't heard anybody from California get one.
Well, see, and that's the thing is all of a sudden Bullhead and well, I haven't been up to Bullhead, so I can't speak to that. But Cayman itself dried up. My tellers at both Wells Fargo's have been watching for me, and when they open the boxes, they are not finding uncirculated rolls anymore. They're just not getting the boxes.
What you got over there, Heck?
I found a Liberty coin, Statue of Liberty 86S proof,
Really?
clad. Yeah, and a roll of half dollars.
That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'd go to San Francisco too and get them from there.
If if you can get to San Francisco, I'd go there too and look for them, bro.
Okay.
No.
Or San Diego.
San Diego's 8 hours away and Frisco's 3. So
Do it. And I'd travel down the I-10.
I'd do it.
That's directly between Los Angeles and Phoenix, and both of those are reserves.
I-10, baby. Hit I-10 and hit all the banks through
Courtside.
on one
Yeah.
side and on the way back hit the other. I'm telling you, dude, money is there if you're going to sell is worth the trip.
mm-hmm.
Got to take enough.
I mean, I'm seriously only 3 hours from Phoenix.
Yeah. You know how long we just drove?
Yeah, you were saying.
But it's like this. It was what really got me about all of it is we drove all these miles and everybody wants to meet up with me. Well, I'm only 2 hours away. I'm like, dude, I just drove freaking 11 hours. You could drive 2. So only person I got to meet when I was down there was Robert Johnson.
Oh wow.
And I mean, I was like, just a couple hours away from TLT, a couple hours away from Cajun Coin Hunter. I mean, I was like so close to everybody, but it was all business down there. I didn't have really much time to visit.
Right.
Because I mean, when we got back in town, I had to work that day. We got back in town. Of course, the speeding ticket down in Louisiana didn't help. Nah, I got to get online and fill that out. Well, they didn't have no damn speed limit signs. I was going by guesstimation.
Guesstimated way too fast.
I can't wait to get this Durango fixed. It's driving me nuts. I can't stand not having wheels.
Best thing I ever did was get rid of my Durango. Good Lord.
She's been a good rig. It's just the fast problem's been kind of I'm just praying it's actually the ECM. If it is, then it fixes it, and she's a damn good rig again.
I think the one trip I took to Minneapolis in it, man, it was pretty much over with after that.
Well, it saved your life.
Yeah, it did save my life. We got in a wreck going up through Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. I got in a wreck. Actually, I wasn't even driving. My brother was driving my Durango because I was going to get some sleep in the back seat. Next thing I know, I'm freaking airborne in the back seat. I'm like, what the fuck? He had a patch of ice because this was like in January or something. So I mean, it's like covered up there. So he had a patch of ice and spun out, and we ended up in the medium. And like the snow, up there they get serious snow. So the snow was probably about 5 feet deep right there in the medium. And then as we're there and I'm looking at it, my brush guard, my step side actually folded up underneath the Durango, and it acted as a brake against the snowbank, and that kept us from flipping over. As we're there digging it out, another Durango, a red one, hit the same ice. It spun out and actually flipped and landed on its side right in front of us.
Oh wow!
So my other brother, because it was just me and my two brothers, we went, and my big brother, my baby brother, he started running toward their Durango and actually had to hold the side of the door open because they're laying on their side. He held the door open while they climbed out, and it was so freaking cold that they actually got my Durango because I was still running and everything. We had to wait for the police there because I wasn't going to leave them on the side of the road, freezing their butts off. But yeah, but that the freaking 8 Russian, My exhaust fell off by the time when I got back. That salt up there destroyed it. My leaf springs broke. Brakes went completely out. Yeah, that just one trip destroyed that truck.
Bummer.
I had dual exhaust, everything, and it was just like I got it back in town, and I don't know what happened. If it rained, I had a short in it, so when it rained, it would just the whole freaking vehicle would shut off.
Right. No, that's actually what mine's doing. When you turn to the right, it shuts off. Or if you hit a significant bump, it kills it for a second.
That's a ground wire.
It's either that or the ECM.
That's because I started having a problem with my Jeep, and I was driving down the road, and I'd hit a bump or something like that, and it'll start losing power, and my lights would like go off and on and stuff. Like I'm like, what the hell? Well, when I was installing some stuff on my Jeep, I undid one bolt, and as I was doing everything, I just never tightened it back up, and it was just on just look like a little bolt on the side, but it was actually a ground wire was underneath it to the body to the chassis, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what the hell happened? What happened? So I go into the dealership, and they said they couldn't get to it. Then I had my Jeep Club sticker on the back from my local Jeep Club, and one of the guys there was in that club, and he saw the sticker, so he went straight to mine and worked on it that day, and he figured it out right away. He's like, it was the ground wire, so he just tightened the freaking bolt up, didn't even charge me.
It's just like my wife's alternator went out last Sunday, and I took it to the dealership for a Camry. They wanted $1,002 to put an alternator in my car, and I said, "You gotta be kidding me!" I said, what does it mean, a gold or something? Or you guys have special tools to get it in there? No. Looked it up on YouTube, found it at O'Reilly north of here. And I got it, paid the court charge, $52. Put it in my car, looked at YouTube, see how to put it in. It was easy.
Yep.
$200. $200.
I tell you what, you want to talk about money, is put a starter in a Mini Cooper.
Oh, jeez.
That is dropping the engine type crap, man. It's insane.
Well, see, John, here's my problem too. Is I was talking to Hector about this earlier, the Durango issue, and my big fear is that it is actually a wiring issue, like you're saying. And but the only way for me to find it is to put her up on jack stands and up on ramps, block my tires, have it running, and crawl up in there and start wiggling stuff around, because it only dies consistently if you're turning to the right past a certain angle and you're going so fast. Now, I know what you're going to say, and it's not power steering, because you can sit in the same spot, crank it all the way to the right, and make it whine, and she won't die. So it's not power steering. It's literally something. When I'm turning right, something is drifting left in the vehicle and either shorting, or it's causing something in the ECM to drift over and short.
Well, like I said, there's actually usually, to me, it sounds like a ground wire, like especially what Durango. Let me see what side the battery was on in my Durango. I'm trying to figure. Was it?
It's a pretty big one. It's a big one. It's on the left side.
It's on the left. So your ground would be on your left too. Now on my Jeep, I have a ground wire actually on my right side, opposite of my battery too, and that's the one that was causing all my issues. There's actually a far side one,
over by the water reservoir and the ECM.
It's where all your fuse boxes are located.
What year was yours? Mine's 99.
Oh, hell, I don't remember. 2000, 2001 when I had it.
See, over on the passenger side is where that coolant reservoir, it's either windshield wiper or coolant. I don't remember. It's a liquid goes in it. And then I moved that out of the way and I can pull the ECM. And then the battery's on the driver's side.
So I'm thinking, you know, because your fuse boxes and all that too has a ground also.
That's all over on the right side. Great. Well, no, that makes it actually easier. I might not have to crawl up inside to wiggle the stuff around to get it to do
Yeah, because if it's on your right hand side, because like I said, that's the problem I was having, because my stuff, all my fuses and everything are on my left hand side, the opposite of where my battery's at. And that's where that ground wire was on. Usually it's the ground wire that comes off your battery and everything that you have the issues off of, but it actually was on the opposite side, because a lot of people think, oh, it's your terminals or whatever, but it ended up being off of my fuse box itself. It was the ground wire that grounds my fuse box.
Well, here's the crazy part. Thinking about it,
and it's usually one little bitty wire too.
If it's something over there by the battery, that would make sense, because you can make a corner if you're going slow enough. But you have to have enough force to engage a centrifugal force type of an action for something to trigger, and it won't do it turning left. So, but it makes sense. It's over there by the battery. If the battery's actually shifting during that turn and causing the issue, oh goodness, this might be easier than I thought.
Because I know I had an 86 Lincoln Town Car, Signature Series. This thing was a freaking boat. It was driving a couch. I had carpet in it that thick, shag carpet. Everything was electrical and everything else. I had a ground wire come off, and it shut my whole vehicle down going over some railroad tracks. You talk about sweating bullets, and I'm lucky that I found the ground wire. And I was like, it was just a little bitty nut holding that one little ground wire in on the side of the engine bay, and I just tightened it up. I was like, maybe this is it. Maybe I went in, fired it right up, got off the freaking railroad tracks. I was like, oh.
Man, I almost want to go out. Well, no, I'll wait for the sun to come up.
Well, almost for here too.
Well, because you got to understand, this has been killing me, because it's my only vehicle, and I've been having to bum rides into town for my blood work and stuff, and it's really been getting on my nerves. I hate asking for stuff.
So I just replaced something on my Durango. I had took it to my buddy's car shop, and as I'm leaving his shop, my rear end goes out.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm leaving. As soon as I leave his shop, start going down the road, I'm like, and it just like quarter mile down the road, it just started whining real bad. I'm like, what the? So I turned around, took it back. My rear end went out.
Ouch.
I was like, get rid of this piece of shit. I didn't want that Durango in the first place. I had a Eddie Bauer Expedition Signature Series. Not a big Ford guy, but let me tell you what, that thing was freaking nice. And then I was like, oh.
I had a buddy that had one of those, and I also swear by the early '90s Tahoe S10 Blazers.
I love the Tahoes.
But my Durango, the biggest issue I've had with it so far that wasn't caused by me, which was the radiator. The biggest issue I've had was that, and they're known for it, is the passenger side knuckle. It tends to, it'll work your brake caliper bolts loose, and then it'll snap them off.
Now here's my beauty.
Nice. But they're well known for it. And I had to completely replace that passenger side knuckle, which was a pain.
I love my Jeep.
Yeah, see, if I had that, it would be easy to get up to the claim.
Were you a gunny?
No, I actually, my Jeep, it's a military edition one. It's the Oscar Mike, and we do a lot of stuff. We're a VA rep, a lot of charity work. My wife's she's a big part of their nonprofit organization, and since I'm doing it, I did this as a tribute when Gunny died, passed away. Everybody names their Jeeps, okay? And I never had a name for my Jeep, and I always try to figure out different ways, like Oscar the Grouch and things like that, But my Jeep club, we do a lot of parades, and when Gunny passed away, and I was like, there's my Jeep name. I was like, I
There you
named
go.
my name after him because when he passed away, I was like, this is now my tribute Jeep to him. So
It's like when I was talking to a lot of the veterans, and when I took my dad to the VA hospital for his checkups and whatever, a lot of the guys thought, I was military because I'm so used to talking to the guys, my own family, they're all military guys.
yeah,
And just sitting there talking to them, they'd say, "Oh, you did this and you did that." I said, "Well, no, sir, I didn't. I signed up for the draft, and so that's the closest I got to the military service." And he goes, "When was that?" I said, "Vietnam." He looks at me and said, "You're not old enough." I said, "Yeah, I did. I was 17 in 73."
I was like, damn, you don't sound old at all, dude. You're much older than me.
Oh yeah, I'm in my 60s.
Wow, really? You don't sound it for real. I mean, you sound younger than me.
Well, if you saw my gray hair, you wouldn't say that.
There's a reason I always have a hat on.
I still have mine hair.
Yeah, you lucky bastard.
Hey, blame my mama.
I want to slap mine. I'm like, damn.
I just checked your wife's suggestion about looking in the area where I live.
Yeah.
Within 100 miles of my home, there are no sales. But outside of the 100 miles of my area, just going to like Gilroy, Modesto, Stockton, which is within 100 miles and 150 miles away.
Yep.
We're selling some. One guy's selling a roll of, let me see. I got it pulled up. 2019 W quarter roll in North Pacific, Guam, W on both ends. He wants 160 for the roll.
See, and that's a good way indicator because a lot of people don't want to tell you where they're. You know what I'm saying? They're getting their coins because you got people coming in. And, I mean, I try to share the love. I mean, that's knowledge a lot of people wouldn't think of.
Yeah.
I mean, we do a lot of research. We try to find where they're at, especially being closer the better for us because, it's a lot of driving to go down to get in San Antonio's. But
well, driving to LA or even going to San Diego from going 99 to I-5 and I-10, believe me, it's a chore.
Well, if you take the I-10, that's what she was looking at. If you take the I-10, you're going to hit between two places that are selling them. So, like I said, you go down one way, you hit all the banks going down. You go down there, turn around, come back, and hit all the banks back. I mean, you're going to find a lot. The traffic
you're going to run into there, the traffic is insane over there.
In LA? Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to, that's where your biggest time crunch is going to come. From driving anywhere in the major cities in California is your traffic slows down to ridiculous speeds.
Yeah.
They call them the largest parking lot in the world.
Yes.
I
mean, you might be 2 miles from your destination, but your GPS, if it's smart at all, is seriously telling you that you're 45 minutes from your destination.
That's why I have a Jeep. I make my own damn roads.
I like to see you use your 4-wheel drive Jeep going over the cars.
Hey, I got videos. Look up the Jeep called the Kraken.
I'll look it up. Kraken?
I got pictures of my Jeep next to it. I'm literally standing next to it, and I'm 6'2", 6'3", and I'm leaning up against the tire.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, and it's street legal.
Really?
Yeah. This thing is a beast.
What state is that?
Huh?
What state is that they can legally go that high?
They actually traveled everywhere.
Really?
They would take the Jeep everywhere for like charity events, and that's what they came in town for. And so we did a big cruise down to, we had, I don't know how many Jeeps, probably about 50, 60 Jeeps. We got behind the Kraken. We all cruised down to Louisville, along to the riverfront, had a cookout downtown. and came back and stuff like that. It does. It all depends on the area. It's just like Tennessee. You got to have bumper height and all that stuff like that. Because I had to deal with that shit when I had a lowrider.
You had a lowrider? Awesome.
Yeah. I had a little freaking, what is it? Damn, Ford Ranger, the Danger Ranger. Yeah, I had a 4-inch Ranger, or Ford Ranger, had 12-inch cylinders on it. Actually, I had true hydraulics, not the airbag systems. I actually had true hydraulics. I had marine batteries in the back, had 2 dumps, 4 pumps. I had 10 switches, front, back, side to side, pancake motion, 3-wheel. Yeah. And it was crazy because I entered in a car show once and they didn't have a class to put in, so they put me in 4x4 class. It was a 2-wheel drive Ranger. I ended up winning first place trophy. Because I'm rolling around on little Dayton's, but I had 12-inch cylinders. So when I raised it all the way up, it freaking set really high. So at the car show, I had to make sure all my batteries were charged. And when the judges came by, I just handed them my remote control to the truck. They were bouncing it all around, having a good old time, and I ended up winning first place. The guys with the rednecks, man, they were so mad. They're bigged up, souped up dualies and stuff. I had a freaking lowrider S10 2-wheel drive win the 4x4 class.
Oh, jeez.
I still got the trophy.
As a matter of fact, I went to a car show last night. There was some really nice rides there, some nice Chevys and some nice Fords, even a really nice Bronco. It's a 70s Bronco. I couldn't, from far away, he was driving off because he won a trophy or he had to leave early or something like that, but he didn't stick around.
I had a Bronco too.
Man, I love
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the one thing I wanted to get my dad was an Army Jeep. But, man, they wanted some 15,000 World War II Jeeps, 15,000, 16,000.
Those Jeeps are really, especially if they're redone, they can go for a lot.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. We got one at the car lot over here. What is it? Yeah, right down the street from me, they got one actually inside on display. It's got a 50 cal on the back.
A real one or modified?
It's a real one.
Ooh, nice.
Actually, I just met a guy. His name is John. Also, I was with my little sister-in-law because she has a Willis Jeep, the new Willis Jeep. I turned the whole family into Jeep owners, and I took her to Starbucks one day. And the guy he went in. He was an airplane pilot because he had the wings and all that stuff. And he came back out and he's like, because we haven't left yet. And he started asking me about my Jeep. The guy has a P55 Mustang. He was telling me about his airplane collection. And he was telling me about all the Jeeps he has because he's a pilot for UPS.
Oh.
I was like, dude's got serious money. And he lives right down the street from me and never knew it. So he wants to hook up and actually have pictures of our Jeeps together.
Do it.
It's pretty freaking cool, man. The last car show I just went to, I actually had a video I put on YouTube here, and I don't know, I got dinged or something like that, but you can only watch it once and it quit playing. So, but with all the Lamborghinis and stuff like that here locally, you would never think here in Kentucky. But I mean, the new NRXs, freaking Ferraris, Lamborghinis, the Skyline, the GTRs. I mean, it's cars and coffee here, man. They got some really high-end cars here. Tons of Porsches, which I have a soft spot in my heart for Porsches because my first car was a Porsche.
924, 914.
It was the 914 72.
Oh, okay.
The little go-kart Volkswagen /
It's still a Porsche.
Yeah. Yep. And I bought it for $300 out of a dude's barn.
Oh, dude.
And it was the hardtop convertible. It was manual. The only thing I hated about that car is it was 72. It was the first part of the year, and mid-year they switched over to fuel injection.
Oh.
And mine was carbureted. So it was a lot more difficult to keep going right and everything like that. If it was like the last of the year, oh, man, I'd probably still own that car. But I was having so many problems with the carb and everything on it. It was just, I could never get it right. but it was like a freaking go-kart. This thing was so fast. Literally, if they got a flat, I can literally pick that end of the car up while somebody changed the tire.
Yep. I remember those cars. My first car.
Ugly as sin, but they were fun.
Yeah, I would doubt it. My first car was a 1973 Datsun 240Z, 2393 cc engine.
Yeah.
Thing weighed only 2,500 pounds. I mean, it was more engine than the body. And I would hit 110 miles, 115, 20 miles an hour. And I just redid the carbs. I did a new flywheel, put a new clutch in it, put a 5-speed in there instead of a 4-speed, changed the rear ends, re-geared everything. Oh, it was a fast car. Wish I still had it.
My wife's car was a 72 Chevelle.
Ooh, nice.
We're going to go open quarters.
Okay. Besides, that gives me the Q2. I got to go to sleep for a little bit.
We got 2 more boxes of San Antonios to go through.
Are you guys going to post that tonight for video?
I might even stream it. I don't know. I'll talk to her, but she don't like to be on camera too much. So
Neither does my wife.
I was like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like man, you might be able to.
Hey,
do it.
tell your wife thank you very much. John. Okay, I got it. I got the idea. Stop. Hey, I tell you what. I'm gonna take. My brother-in-law lives up in Gilroy, just outside of Gilroy.
Yeah.
I can tell him to pick me up a box tomorrow, Monday, and see how that goes. Tell your wife thank you for the tip, and you too, John.
No problem. Yeah, we're always looking for partners too.
Because
there's prices we can't get to.
Hey,
well,
tell you what, if I do find something, I'll call you back.
This like the San Antonio, because I'm trying to get rows of each, because especially when I do this, sorry, I'm keeping you, but the rows of 40, I need a row of each, and I'm trying to get a row extra to keep for myself. So I'm doing the 5 series. After they're all out, I'm actually going to put them in slabs in a nice display box and everything like that. But I got to get enough of them to be able to do that, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So if there's some that, like, if you get a bunch of them and you want to trade for like some Lowe's or a Memorial Park or something like that, give me a call. I have no problem with trading.
Okay, I'll do that then.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Later, Hector. Later, Andrew.
Yeah. Andrew.
Later, Joe. Yes, sir.
It's time for me to get some sleep because I got to go to mass, and then I pick up my mom, get a little bit of sleep before it's.
Oh, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Hey, pleasure talking to you. Anytime.
Yeah.
Talking to you.
Absolutely, man. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You get a little rest.
Yeah, you too. And thank you for the conversation and the tips and everything. Oh, hold on. Misplaced Yoper Girl says her first car was a 1982 Firebird. 4-speed odometer was in kilometers.
My first car was that 67 El Camino.
Andrew,
Yeah.
I'd find out what shape it in. I can give you all the parts that you want because there's a place that does nothing but classic Chevys. And the prices are reasonable, but there's quite a few junk ones around town that if you needed something like a door or something like that, I could probably find it for you cheap.
I'll have to see. I mean, honestly, it's kind of one of those things. It's a novelty idea right now. I have to dig my way out of the situation.
Yeah, there's a future. There's a future if you ever decide. This is not now.
All right, I'll definitely keep in mind for sure.
Yeah, keep it in mind, and the opportunity arises when it does. It's when it's ready, and you'll be ready.
Awesome, I appreciate it, man. You have a good night or morning.
Yeah, good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.